Are we back? I don't know. Hello. Let me know if we're back. I can't. Oh my lord. I'm in so much pain. Cabin fever. Oh my lord. That needed like proper actual endings, dude. It's gonna drop my rating of the game. It's gonna go from like a 9, but the moments were great too. But it's gonna go from a 9 to like something lower. Cabin fever. Is it up? Okay, it's up. Let's go. The only thing to fix it is the patch. I don't even know because the patch doesn't give you new endings. It just gives you new art and dialogue. Anyway, for those who are confused, hi, we just finished playing Hush Hush. The ending is giving us post-game depression. We need more. We're playing Cabin Fever, another gameplay developed or published by the same, like by Sad Panda 2. And I need a banana. So this one's supposed to be shorter. Reviews say 2 hours or something. Let's see how well we do. But yeah, this one only is one girl. Let's see how it goes. This is interesting because these are my settings for Hush Hush.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, you can be a dude or a
Hey,
girl.
how's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
I'll just pick that one because it's closer to mine. Text speed. Speed. Is my internet fixed? Okay, my internet's back. Okay, let's go. Give me a name. Give me a name, chat. Who we supposed to be? I'm out of tea. Chub. This game contains sensitive content and is intended for mature audiences. For more information about our content warning, visit here. Please confirm they're over age of 13. Interesting. Wonder why. Wait, anyone in chat not over 13? Fuck, I need a cookie. Can't be anywhere someone we just went through. We're gonna find out.
I don't remember much about the world before the sickness.
Wait, I think it's loud. Oh no, I'm only 69 years old. Nice. Is there auto save load menu history? Menu? Same game, same. But yeah, again, context. They made this during COVID.
I was just a kid when it started. Too young to fully grasp all the changes happening across the globe. Looking back, it was as though some cosmic clearance bin of trashy dystopian paperbacks was spilling plot points out onto reality. You had your unknown virus, your slow-to-act world leaders, your extremists, deniers on one end, doomsday preppers on the other, and overall just a heck of a lot of scandal and angst. What it boiled down to was this: stay away from each other. Yep, that simple. Stay away. Because the sickness mutated so rapidly, spread so easily, and killed so many, that preventing transmission was the only way to stop it from wiping out the human race. A cure could be developed, they told us. Would be developed, they promised. Somehow. Someday. Life changed. Everything from school and work to medical appointments and family dinners became virtual. And as it turns out, hosting an online society requires a lot of computer programming. Like, a lot. Lucky for me, I'd always had a knack for stuff like that. It was easy to get trained and even easier to find work. When's the last time you heard a young person say that, huh? I did programming for medical services, government websites, automated manufacturing. There was no shortage of freelance contracts.
Well, good for him.
Of course, places like movie theaters, shopping malls, and restaurants died out. Even farms and factories became rare. So much of the workforce lost.
So many of this is actually true. I kind of work in tech. And when I asked, like, the HR person, they actually said, like, yeah, we were actually getting more work.
But to be honest, I personally thought all of it was a net gain for the planet. Fewer people meant less pollution. War and terrorism dropped to an all-time low. Most people learned to be at least somewhat self-sufficient.
Well, that didn't age well.
As for me? Well, since my parents both died not long after my high school graduation, I was probably more self-sufficient than most.
Sad Panda Park.
I was alone for a long time. Long enough to be used to it.
Fuck you, game.
At least I was healthy. I had my routine, with lots of work to keep me busy and the internet at my fingertips to keep me from getting bored. What more could I have wanted?
That was chapter 1? Okay. It's real already. Wait, no, I have to read. I thought the whole thing would be voice acted. Well, I'm crunching as fast as I can. I lived in an off-grid cabin that had been in my family for years. When I was young, we used to visit every summer, just to get away from it all. I'd probably call that ironic, but every time I say that word, someone tells me I'm using it wrong. Anyway, when the sickness started spreading, that cabin became a place to survive. It had everything a small family could need. Though, like I said, by this time, I was the sole member of my bubble. I was used to taking care of myself. On a good day, with the sun shining onto the solar panels, I could get 30 kilowatt hours, more than enough to power the appliances in the house and keep the battery bank full. Since the cabin sat near the mountains, I'd often get a decent power level at night with a wind turbine catching the air coming off the ridge. And that night... Alright, not me also living in a cabin in the woods. Hey, oh, called out. That night was raining hard. Like most evenings, I spent this one on my computer playing my favorite idle clicker game. And browsing the web for news. The news is mostly doom and gloom, of course, but I liked finding the odd tech or space-related articles sprinkled in. I was thinking about how badly I wanted aliens to be... Okay, fuck you, game. That is really, literally me for you. I wanted aliens to be real when an email alert danced in the corner of my screen. I opened it. Yet another forward from one of my more gullible work colleagues about a possible cure for the death-dealing virus. It's funny because Tristan got called out, I got called out, let's see who else gets called out. Keep coming. This particular claim apparently stemmed from a breakthrough in the study of bovine bodily function. The game needs to chill, no need to call everyone out at different sizes.
What a load of bullshit.
I forgot we chose that name.
Literally. Good one.
I was pretty much the only company I had anymore, so yeah, I talked to myself. I deleted the email, letting out a heavy sigh. There was a point in time when I found that sort of thing amusing. The ridiculous conspiracy theories and clickbait titles, but now I just found them sad. I glanced at the clock. Time for tea. Put the computer in sleep mode and head into the kitchen. On my way there, I accidentally kicked a broomstick laying across the floor.
Ow! Ow, ow, ow!
Weak-ass feet.
Why is that even there? I never sweep.
In that moment, I judged myself hard. Oh well, the world had basically ended, So what was the point of cleaning up? It wasn't like I was expecting company. I kicked the broom aside and carried on. In the kitchen, I steeped a nice big cup of herbal tea. Then I tossed my used tea bag into the compost bin, noting as I did that the bin was nearly full. I have to take it out soon, empty it into the tumbler with the rest of my food scraps and plant waste. Then, probably in the spring, I'd add fresh compost to the garden, give my plants a healthy nutrient boost. I love my plants. I wanted them to be strong in case they ever needed to defend the cabin from zombies or traveling salespeople. Excuse me. Smirking to myself, I stood in the kitchen and sipped my tea. The only sound was the muffled rush of the rain outside. So peaceful. What was that? A fox prowling outside? A raccoon? There wasn't a person in my garden, was there? I went to the window, peering out into the darkness and listening hard.
I don't have to go out there and check, do I? I mean, someone could be in trouble. But then again, someone could be trouble. Maybe just stand on the porch and yell for whoever it is to get off the lawn?
I weighed my options. Calling that a fox or raccoon is insulting to a degree. Go outside and investigate the noise. Stay inside and lock all the doors. I mean, go outside. What are we, a pussy? Scream really had sounded human. I couldn't just ignore that. As much as I wanted to stay inside warm and dry.
I was raised by humanitarian hippies, and all I got was this pesky conscience. Kidding. Love you, Mom and Dad. Please don't haunt me.
I set down my tea, went to find my crank-powered flashlight, and shoved my feet into a pair of boots. Hopefully and probably I wouldn't find anything out there, but checking was the right thing to do. Or someone could be hot. The raccoon went, yeah! I pulled open the door and stepped out onto the porch. The flashlight flickered pathetically. Luckily, all you need to power up a hand crank flashlight is hands, which I had. I scanned the dark garden. Raindrops lit up as the light passed over them. The trees and shrubs around the cabin swayed. All I could hear was wind and rain. A chill ran down my back.
Yo, anybody out here? No? Cool. Have a good night then.
I turned to head back inside. A small voice stopped me in my tracks.
Hello? I'm here. Would you mind, helping me out of this, please?
The rain seemed to beat down harder as my pulse sped up. I turned my flashlight toward the voice, my hand visibly trembling.
It sure is cold out. I'm definitely not shaking out of fear, because that would be super lame.
I forced myself to step down off the porch, follow the path, until finally I was close enough to make out the shape of a person. As the weak flashlight beam illuminated more, I gasped. Why is she staying? Why is it the pose? Whoever I'd been expecting to find, it certainly wasn't this delicate wisp of a girl. Ayo. She was so pale, she almost looked like a ghost. Huh! Even her hair, long and clinging to her face in the rain, shone bright, almost white in the glow of the flashlight. She crouched on her hands and knees in the mud as though she'd fallen. 100 questions raced through my head. Where'd she come from? How long had she been out in the storm? Why wasn't she dressed for the rain? Was she lost? Was she sick? I tried to sound tough, like my dad would have.
You there!
Still,
what are you doing on my property?
Beats a raccoon that goes kya. The young woman squinted against the flashlight.
Please? I got lost and I promise I wasn't trying to steal anything.
Her voice quivered, which I thought was kind of dumb. After all, she wasn't the interloper. It was me who should be freaking out, which I was.
Well, then explain yourself! Why are you just laying on the ground there? Seems pretty sus.
Oh god, no. MC uses the word sus unironically. Why the heck did I add the last part? What was I trying to do? Lighten the mood? He said sus. The girl turned her head away. Was she trying to make me feel bad? Was she, God forbid, stifling a cough? I took a step back, unwilling to take any chances.
I can't get up.
Her matter-of-fact tone surprised me. I guess I was expecting some elaborate sob story and her pleas for food or money or medicine. It could still be a trick, I thought. She could be getting ready to rob me. Amogus. At this point, my flashlight was starting to lose its brightness. I stood there, cranking the handle to power the light back up. It was a long, awkward intermission, backed by the droning sound of a flashlight being worked. But the light was coming back on. I wound the crank a few more times to shine brighter on her. Oh, shit! Also, don't shine that thing on her butt. The whole horrifying picture became clear. I don't mind her robbing me if she's stealing my heart. Somehow the girl had gotten her leg caught in one of my animal traps. She must now have seen the rusted old things. Oh my god, and they're rusted. Ew. Things in the dark, and it had grabbed her calf and torn it open. Okay, so this probably wasn't a trick.
Oh my god! Are you okay?
I started to move towards her, but then my own legs froze in fear. Fear of getting close to another human. If she was sick, then I could get sick. She needs a hospital. Yep, she needs a tetanus shot. But then I had no way of knowing whether or not she carried the virus. Right now, she was hurt and trapped because of me. I felt horrible. If I left her here to fend for herself, anything could happen. A hungry bear might come along. The weather could turn freezing, and even if she did manage to get herself out of the trap, she would probably develop an infection fast in such a nasty wound. Just help her up, my friend. God damn. Help her regardless. Sadly, you gotta go. Simulators. Bye, Alex. I hope you find your cutie GF tomboy with rainbow hair. Things are stopping by. Swallowing hard, I clenched my fists and forced myself to approach her. I had to get way too close for comfort. But I crouched, opened the trap, freed her leg. It was bleeding pretty heavily, though now that I could see it up close, it didn't look to be as steep as I feared.
Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you found me. I was afraid I'd be trapped in that thing all night.
Fuck, the voice acting's good. I stood up quickly and took a few steps back. For some reason, the girl was smiling at me. Didn't she understand that it was my stupid fault she'd gotten hurt? Then again, maybe she shouldn't have been sneaking around in the dark. How is she not crying in pain? One theory, it's a crappy bear trap. But then again, ugh. My brain bickered with itself over who was to blame before realizing the girl wasn't able to get to her feet. Just fucking help her, my dude. MC sucks. I reluctantly offered a hand, wishing I'd thought to put on some nitrile gloves. Why would I have thought of that? I hadn't seen another human in... How long had it been? Accepting my help, the girl climbed to her feet. She wobbled, leaned in, grabbed my waist to use me as a crutch.
Sorry. Is it okay that I'm touching you like this?
Oh, so I think it's Peanut's voice actress. Wait! Give me a sec! Give me a sec! Give me a sec! I need to know. She can touch me. Hey ho, hey ho, hey ho. Voice actor Shion. Who's the voice actor for... I'm not sure yet. We're gonna find out. Okay, no, I think it's different. Okay, it's different. Okay, it's fine. I won't have as much of an emotional attachment. It's fine. It's not Peanuts VA. It's fine. Her words sent a chill down my spine. Touching. Just the thought of it made me break out in a cold sweat.
It's fine. Let's just get out of this rain.
What was I doing? When had I decided to let her into my house? The warm light glowing inside the cabin was like a beacon drawing us in. Well, said my brain to myself, I guess this is a thing we're doing now? I no longer needed my flashlight, so I tucked it away, used that hand instead to help support the injured girl up the pathway. With my arm around her waist and her arm around my shoulder, it became very clear to me how small she really was. Small and delicate, like a folded paper crane. A soggy, limp paper crane in a drenched dress that clung to her shivering body. My dude, please. Just then, my pant leg caught on something, a nail jutting out from the side of the porch. I felt the fabric tug and rip as we moved past. Great, what an evening this was turning out to be. Once we made it inside, I helped the stranger sit down on a wooden chair. I made a mental note to disinfect that chair later, and my clothes, maybe even the flashlight, but first aid.
Where did I put that kid?
Oh, sorry. I was never good at staying organized, even on my computer. All my folders and internet tabs were a mess. No point fighting entropy. That was my philosophy. I searched the drawers, the counter, the floor, and nearly tripped over that dumb broom again before finally finding the first aid kit. It was not well stocked, but it would do for now. I gathered up some towels and my forehead thermometer too. Then I washed my hands, pulled on some gloves. Like this feels like, well, why I'm reading this, like this feels like a lot of like mental processing, like for a game and everything, But then again, I'm trying to recall when COVID really was like this bad, where like you could barely do anything. Like you had to mentally prepare to like, okay, if I do this, then I have to disinfect later. If I do this, then like I have to like clean, blah blah blah. Like if I go outside, like before, like if I would go outside for like even just 10 minutes, I'd have to take a shower like when I came back, just so that, you know, to be safe and stuff. So like there's a lot here. There's a lot of things to read, lots of text, like lots of like logic things from main character. But I'm not sure. Maybe it was accurate at that time. I don't remember. Like this one. Put on some gloves and a face mask from an old box in the back of the cupboard and brought everything over to the waiting girl.
Before anything else, let me scan your temperature.
I held the scanner, then... Oh, how I don't... Same. But at the same time... No, not the missing part. Like, all of that logic, blah, 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 blah. But at the same time, I think my brain wouldn't, like... You know, someone got caught in a bear trap. Holy fuck, dude. I held the scanner up to her forehead. 2 seconds passed before we heard the good beep, which meant her temperature was normal.
No fever. That's a relief. Do you have any other symptoms?
Her eyes widened. She shook her head. Well, it was still better to be cautious. I barely breathed as I took her leg into my lap and started tending her wound. MC giving having a million tabs open because they'll come back to it. Someone else got called out. Oh god, feet. She didn't wince or complain at all. She was tougher than she looked. I was the opposite. I knew. I looked mean even when I wasn't trying, but on the inside I was basically a fluffy yellow duckling with anxiety. That's a nasty cut. Yeah. Like, no matter how you look at it, it goes around. If our situation were reversed, it was my leg all cut up like that. It'd probably have been a weepy wreck spouting rare and extravagant curse words. But she just sat there quietly watching.
Are you a doctor?
Was she
Do
joking?
you honestly think I look like a doctor?
Shit, way to draw attention to your looks, idiot. I thought to myself. Not that I cared, really. It was just that I hadn't combed my hair in a few days or weeks. And I'd been living in the same set of clothes for a while now. A ratty old t-shirt with a rocket ship on the front and a pair of jeans that had long gone out of fashion. Hot, right? In another life, I would have felt self-conscious. I have such a resting bitch face, but I'm just a blowing sigh. I've said this before, but I have resting murderer face. Not about my teeth, though. Never about my teeth. Dentists were kind of a thing of the past, and since I wanted to keep my teeth for chewing purposes and whatnot, I was committed to practicing good oral hygiene.
Well, I'm not sure what a doctor looks like, but you seem to know what you're doing, and you're a very kind person. So I believe you if you told me you were a doctor.
I looked away, awkwardly holding a clean bandage against the gash in her leg. The towels I'd used to clean the wound were now a pile of blood-soaked, mud-stained rags on the dirty floor. Was I a kind person? You know, it would have been easier if you let her, like, take a shower or a bath or something and then tend to the wound or something. I can be her doctor.
It's just basic first aid. Not a big deal. Here, hold this. Put pressure on it while I wrap it up.
I wrapped a length of gauze around her narrow leg to hold the bandage in place.
That should be okay overnight, but we should probably clean it again and rewrap it tomorrow.
Her leg didn't leave my lap. Instead, she wiggled her toes and shot me a small smile.
You're going to let me stay here?
Huh?
I looked up at her and instead forgot how to speak, because suddenly I was struck by how pretty she was. I mean, the rain had really done a number on her, but still. She must have been around 20, give or take, not too much younger than me. She was thin, but everyone was thin these days. With her, it was like she'd been built this way, small and delicate and weightless. Her dress was simple and a little threadbare. The rain had soaked through and I realized I could sort of see her undergarments. I quickly averted my eyes, my cheeks warming. I hope she hadn't noticed me looking, because I really hadn't meant to look.
You said clean it again tomorrow, right?
I did say that. Built like a snack. Hey, all. The room seemed to spin a little, and my face went from feeling very hot to feeling very cold. Stay away from each other. That was the rule. What was I supposed to do? Come on, dude. Look how pitiful she is, said my brain. My brain was right, and I didn't know what to do except go along with it.
Well, it's not like I'm going to just send you back out into the rain. Not by yourself, anyway. Is there anyone else in your bubble? Anyone I can call to come get you, or...
I actually forgot we did use the term bubble a lot. She looked down into her lap.
No.
Oh. Her response made me too nervous to ask any further questions. I just wasn't sure I could handle the tragic backstory at that particular moment. Tragic backstory. In any case, I knew that if my parents were still around, they'd never have sent this girl back out into the night. They'd have let her stay, at least until she got her bearings. I sighed, giving in.
Okay, well, you can sleep on my couch tonight. We'll figure the rest out tomorrow. We should really stay at least 6 feet apart, though.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
She nodded and gently removed her leg from my lap. I moved back, making more space between us, and sat to examine the rip in my pant leg. Meanwhile, my brain tried to fathom what was happening. I'd brought a stranger into my house. I didn't know who she was or where she'd come from. This seemed like a bad idea, and it's also a tad surreal.
Damn, I liked these pants.
Oh no, did you get hurt too?
No, it's just a rip.
Oh, that's not so bad.
I got up and made even more space between us. She stood up too, testing her weight on her injured leg.
Wow, it already feels so much better.
Her mouth's
Must have a
moving!
magical healing touch.
I was starting to think she might be one of those weird, optimistic people. Also, it was hard to think straight with her standing up in that very revealing dress.
You need to take that dress off. That came out wrong. What I mean is, it's wet and cold, and I'm sure you'd feel better if you changed into something dry and warm. I'm sure I have some extra clothes you can wear.
What else does that amount to? Hey, wait.
Really?
Hot in the face, I ran off to procure a basket of old clothes from my storage closet. I hadn't worn them since my teenage years. They were too small for me now, but might be a good fit for her.
Here, take whatever you want. They're all clean.
I dropped the basket on the table and walked backwards away from it.
That's so nice of you. I'll get changed now.
I watched her take the basket and hobble out of the room to change where I couldn't see. When she came back, I was surprised to see that she had chosen a button-down that was part of my old school uniform from back before everything went online. Fuck, that's cute! Oh god, that's so cute! I'd been much younger and much smaller when I wore that shirt. Let her take a bath, dude. Like, I was right! Like, my god. Thirsty trigger. But even still, it swam on her frame. It almost looked like a nightgown, which is probably why she had chosen it.
I haven't felt this comfy since I don't know when. It's a school shirt, right? I always liked the look of school uniforms, but I never got to wear one. All my classes were online.
How old are you? For some reason, that made me a little sad. I myself had so few memories of the world before the sickness. It was hard to imagine not having any at all.
How old are you?
Oh, perfect.
21. My birthday was actually last week.
Oh, well,
Happy
belated
birthday.
Do you have a name?
Oh, of course I do. It's Mallory.
Nice to meet you, Mallory. Well, not nice exactly. Weird to meet you, I guess. I'm not used to people.
Yeah, I get it. I didn't mean to trespass onto your property. I really did get lost. And then the rain started, and I could hear these dogs or something howling. I was scared.
Fumbling the ball there.
That was the first light I saw.
I nodded as if to say I understood. It was true that there were things like wolves and coyotes in the area. That was why I'd set up an extra secure fence for my chickens.
But what were you doing out there in the first place?
I would rather not talk about that.
Ooh. I stared at her, totally perplexed. Why the secrecy? Should I press for more? Let it go for now. I said not to push it. It was all too much, and I really needed sleep. My toe was hurting where I stubbed it on the broom.
Don't worry about it. You're here now, so just take the opportunity to get some rest.
I skirted around her to grab some blankets. I maintained a wide berth as I dropped them on the couch. I offered her a glass of water, pointing at the bathroom, asked if she needed anything, all from afar.
This is perfect. Thank you so much for everything. Truly, I'm lucky to have met you.
He so hurts, boo-hoo.
Yeah, just
Weak ass
try
feet.
not to touch anything, okay?
I shuffled my feet awkwardly.
Okay, I'm going to bed. Bye.
I hope you have sweet dreams. I'll see you in the morning.
As I made my way up the stairs, oh god, Art. As I made my way up the stairs to my bedroom, I glanced back. Mallory was already curled up on the couch, looking quite cozy. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had anyone in my home, even briefly. I'd been so careful for such a long time. I didn't know where she'd been, or if she'd been as careful as I was. But when my gaze fell on her bandaged leg, a prickle of guilt surged up.
Good night.
I finished climbing the stairs and flopped down on my bed. I was so exhausted. I was so exhausted, emotionally puzzled, and mentally drained. It didn't take long for me to fall deeply asleep. Ghost Pharaoh. We can see homegirl got messed up by a bear trap, and you're complaining about your stubbed toe. I did drink. Germination. Hashtag germination. I woke, as usual, to the happy sound of a rooster crowing in the garden. The sky was clear, the early morning sun was bright and cheery. You'd think a morning like that would have put me in a great mood, but nope. Urination, let's go! All night my dreams had revolved around strange bugs infesting the cabin, hordes of them squirming inside through every crack. I must have been tense all night, because my neck had a painful kink in it. Ow. Ow. I had definitely woken up on the proverbial wrong side of the bed. I suppose I'd forgotten about my house guest, or at least I hadn't remembered to think about her yet. I was busy making a list in my head of the work I needed to get done today. That's when the smoke alarm started shrieking. I bolted upright in bed. There was someone in my house. I let her in, and yep, I could definitely smell something burning. I rushed to put on some real daytime clothes and barreled downstairs. Mallory stood in the kitchen looking mortified. A little smoke hung in the air, but I didn't see any flames. Phew. Grabbing a chair, I jumped up to silence the smoke alarm.
Thank you. I'm really so sorry. I tried wafting a dish towel at it, but the alarm just wouldn't stop. I didn't wake you, did I?
I wasn't really listening to her. I was too busy creating space between us and also looking for the source of the smoke. There it was, a pan with a charred black mass sitting in it. I didn't know what she'd burned, but she really burned it.
What is that?
Oh, I thought I'd make you breakfast as a thank you. My mom used to have the best recipe for potato pancakes that would always fuel me for the day. But these... well, I'm not totally sure what happened. I never used a stove like yours before, so this batch got a little... overdone. Maybe I can scrape off the burnt part. You know what? Forget I said that. It's all burnt part. I'll just clean up my mess and then I'll make you a new batch.
That's
and I will definitely be more careful this time.
Hang on, did you say potato pancakes?
I can't judge, but sounds like a choice. It sounds delicious to me. Oh my god, wait. Am I the weird one?
They're the best. It's too bad this first batch didn't turn out because I spent all morning digging up the potatoes, washing them, peeling them. They were so tiny it took extra long, and I was worried you'd wake up before I could finish. Luckily, I've got some other treats on the go as well, so you're not going
Where'd
to
you
starve.
get the potatoes?
Just let me turn on the toaster real quick.
Let's go, toaster! Potato pancakes are good. She turned, reaching for the toaster handle. It's me! But the microwave was running. The kettle was boiling.
Wait,
and
stop!
Oh, right, because there's like a power limit. Too late. She'd overloaded the solar panels inverter, and just like that, the kettle, microwave, toaster, I'm dead, and kitchen lights all shut off.
Why did you do that?
Chat reference real. Mallory, having plated the overdone pancakes for some reason, dropped the plate in an alarm. Interesting, I'll have to bring some. It smashed, flinging shards of itself across the floor. The blackened pancakes bounced like rocks. Sad potato rocks.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to make you some breakfast. I didn't mean to
She's
cut the
trying.
table. I'll clean this up.
I sighed in frustration. All I had wanted was to make coffee and sit down on my computer, just like every other morning. Couldn't do that now, because I had to get the power sorted and check to make sure she hadn't completely destroyed my precious garden.
Are you angry with me?
No. How was I supposed to answer that? Say yes to some reasons, but it's not really that big of a deal. It's fine. I was definitely upset. I definitely didn't like the situation. But it wasn't like she'd intentionally ruin my potatoes. She'd only been so audacious to dig them up without permission. Long before they were ready. Even after I had specifically told her not to touch anything. I looked away.
I'm just not a breakfast person.
I'm really sorry. I just wanted to do something nice as a thank you for letting me stay here. I promise, I'll fix everything and then I'll just get ready to leave.
Sure. Whatever.
Oh, we're such an asshole. I turned away and went to a hall in my work gloves and my boots.
I'll be out in the yard for a while.
I went out, and as I pulled the back door shut behind me, I heard a soft sound from the kitchen, like a heavy sigh or a stifled sob. Was she crying?
What did I get myself
Wait
into?
for you! Oh my god, hi bud! To be honest, I'd be a bit salty too. Maybe. Bunny invasion. Wait, no. VT bit. Oh, hi, Mr. VT bit button. What were you playing? Hi, Mr. A. Howdy, Raiders. Cooking simulator. Perfect. A female character in game just burnt the potato pancake. How's cabin fever going? We're like, how long have we been in it? 30 minutes in. The game's supposed to be 2 hours, but we're playing it because we finished Hush Hush. And we got some post-game depression because the endings weren't satisfying. I'd burn it too. I'd still eat your burnt potatoes. I'm sure they'd still be delicious, man. Wait, I'll burn it too. Wait, hydrate. Stretch. Ah. Ooh. Ow. And posture. Yep, my posture sucks. Wait. Anyway, how was Cooking Simulator? The deep inhale said it all. Hi, Duck Vader. You're so kind. Thank you. Health coma. Okay, another one. So how was Cooking Simulator? I'll stretch another body part. Okay, there it is. Ow. Also, everyone check out BitBun. Very fun person to watch. Very... How should I explain Bun? Very chill. And then comes up with like the wackiest thing ever. And then you're back to chill. It was fun. Definitely didn't break any dishes. Nope. I believe you. Totally didn't break any dishes. No, check out. You're already here. Anyway, thanks for the raid, bud. So, like, if anyone's new, hi, I'm Choo Choo, Chud, Chudu, Doo, Toaster, Microwave, TV, any combination of my name. Anyway, hi. I usually play horror games, but, like, since everyone is doing Spooky Month for this month, I'm doing Spooky for me, human relationships. So, we're playing dating sims. Anyway, hi. The Chadillion one in a billion. Hi, Mystery. Cuckoo Toaster. That would work too. Toaster, Microwave, TV, lover. I wouldn't say that, but appreciated. Anyway, so we're playing Cabin Fever. It's another game published by the game we were playing for like a few weeks now, which is Hush Hush. But yeah, again, we finished it earlier today, like 30 minutes ago. And like, the game is great. There's so many good stories in there. I think they just fumbled the ending a little bit. And it's like, not as satisfying as I wanted it to be. The ending needed more. I think saying it out loud is just like playing like the ending was bad. Is like basically the ending was bad because like the rest of the game was so good with such good stories, and then they did the thing with the ending, which like I don't know, not great. But anyway, that was Hush Hush. We're trying to like move on from that with Cabin Fever, but so far, main character is kind of I mean, at least for me, but like I don't know. Anyway, hi.
For real, I can't believe.
So yeah, the scene that just happened was girl like accidentally burnt, like basically messed stuff up in the kitchen, and then that led to like the power going out, or like the generator for this tiny cabin to go out. I continued muttering grumpily to myself as I strode out into the garden. We'd be better with a patch. Then I took a deep breath of fresh, cold air. It had an autumn bite to it, but the sun was warm. I felt instantly calmer.
Oh well, she'll be gone soon anyway.
Oh, and if anyone needs to do self-care, like go to sleep, or go eat, or go drink, or go pee-pee, or go poo-poo, or, you know, any of the things, go bath or whatever, feel free to do so. Thank you for joining the raid. And, you know, hi. I took my time that morning, dealing with the power issue and making the usual rounds. Happy hens, check. Busy beehive, check. I did a rough count of the firewood in my shed, then made my way back around to the front of the cabin. I stopped when I saw the bloody animal trap where Mallory gotten hurt the night before.
Damn, that had to have been painful.
Yeah, and we stubbed our toe. Boo-hoo, eh-hoo. I felt pretty bad. The traps were only supposed to be wards, something to keep my bubble a little safer from dangerous wildlife. I'd never meant for anyone to get hurt. I looked at the trap, wondering if I should rethink my setup. If we move it, what if she steps on it again? I'm back. What I miss? Well, we're playing Cabin Fever. Not much, actually. Like, so far, like, it's the usual, like, oh, they meet and there's, like, the gay, like, the relationship's not going too well. Too thirsty drink. Okay. Because, like, she probably knows that the trap's here, so if we move it, does she get hit again? Then again, like, moving it would be, like, the conscious choice. Wouldn't be surprised if she did step on it again. Yeah. I decided to move the trap, set it up further away from the house, closer to the woods.
Maybe next time I'll catch something less likely to ruin my day.
Don't be an ass.
Okay, that was a bit harsh.
Yes.
She didn't mean to ruin my day.
Yes.
A rabbit would be good, though.
I ignored the sudden craving for rabbits too, and having finished with the trap, wandered down into the garden. Right away, I could see where Mallory had dug up breakfast. I surveyed the overturned earth with a heavy heart, noticing a handful of small potatoes uprooted and abandoned. Well, I could always plant something new here. It was the right time of year for garlic. The sun had already climbed high into the sky. I was feeling almost warm enough to peel off my sweater. I figured I should probably go inside, maybe eat something, check in on poor Mallory, get to work on my computer. Right away, as I went inside and kicked off my boots, something didn't feel right. Took me a moment to realize it's clean. The mess was gone. There were no brooms on the floor, no garbage bags waiting to go out, no scattered crumbs or dust bunny cities. Everything looked so clean. It literally sparkled, but how? And why? Had Mallory done all of this just to make up for that little breakfast fiasco? Ah, cabin, garden, traps, an asshole. Is this guy really just me? Tristan, you're not an asshole.
Really nice.
You're a degenerate,
really,
just like the
really
rest of
nice.
us, but you're not an asshole. As I looked around at all she had done, I started to feel like a bit of an ass. Yes! I figured I should apologize, but where was she? She hadn't left already, had she? Okay, fair. Then I heard something coming from the bathroom. The sound of splashing water and a small voice humming a happy tune. Oh god, dude, don't peep. My heart sank.
She couldn't. She wouldn't.
Dude, you should have offered her a shower the first time. I can see why this got mixed reviews. She's too good for you. Also true. Without thinking, I threw open the bathroom door. Dude! We stared at each other. Both of us shocked at my intrusion. Then my brain kicked back into gear and I tore my gaze away from her. But it was too late. I had seen everything, including the tub full of water.
What are you doing?
I was just taking a bath.
I pointed in the direction of the bathtub, keeping my eyes fixed on the door frame. I think we have limited water. Where's the pad?
That's my water supply!
It's still warm if you want to use it.
What? Did you not get it?
That's my water supply! My fresh water! My drinking water! My everything water! What were you thinking?
Oh,
Why did you use so much?
Panic was really setting in now. What if she ran the cistern dry? I'd have almost nothing until the next rainfall, and who knew what that would be?
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
She's cute, yeah.
I had no idea. I'm so sorry. I really didn't know.
Also, that towel looks like cabbage for some reason. I'm not sure why. I'd never run out of water before, but that was because I'd always been so careful. This could be the very day I had so deeply feared would come.
How do you survive this way?
I'd still drink that water. Might be bad.
It's like you're constantly wasting things! this why you were out in the rain last night? Did your bubble decide to kick you out because you don't know how to think before you act?
Dude, asshole. Oh, dude. What did you miss? You missed MC being an asshole. Well, I mean, he's still being an asshole. Then again, that was your water supply. Same. Her mouth popped open. I immediately felt bad for shouting. Damn, I really was in a bad mood today.
Just finish up in here. And don't drain that water, okay? I'll repurpose it for laundry or something.
Drinking water. I didn't want to acknowledge my own anger, or the tears that had sprang to her eyes at what I had said. In any case, I needed to check the rain barrels, like, right that second. I turned my back on her and walked away. For the rest of the afternoon, I sat on my computer, waiting for Mallory to leave. I just couldn't stop thinking about her. And by that, I mean I couldn't stop thinking about how naive, careless, and wasteful she was. Nothing to do with her shimmery eyes or how sweet she seemed. Oh my god, Shim! Welcome, Reese. Oh my god, that surprised me. Hi, we are being degenerates in a different game, but with the same publisher as Hush Hush. You were Tekken 8. Oh yeah, this the is it still a beta? I don't know, but the beta's out, right? Anyway, let's go waifus. Oh, for this one we get one waifu. But main character currently an asshole. So I don't know. She's too good for us, but also she did waste our water. But no, but like I don't know. Yeah, closed beta test going for the weekend. Nice. Yeah, it's the CBT that I keep seeing. Closed beta testing. Anyway, hello Raiders. I am Chudu. Okay, I'm forgetting my whole spiel. Anyway, hi, I am Toaster. I usually play horror games, but since it's like horror spooky month for everyone, I'm doing something that terrifies me. Human interaction, as close as we can get. So we're playing dating sims. Anyway, hello. Welcome to the stream. If you need to do self-care stuff like eat, sleep, drink, bath, toilet, any of those, feel free to do so. I am very thankful for the raid. Hello. And if anyone wants to check out a fighting game player, specifically Tekken, and you do Street Fighter 6 too, right, Shim? But like, yeah, Shim is very fun to watch too, playing Tekken. CBT, let's go. Anyway, she improved. Best fun. I dabble in FS. Yeah, I've seen you twice, I think, play SF6. But yeah, mostly Tekken. So if anyone's interested in that, go check out Shim. Wait, I don't know. When's Tekken 8 coming out? I'm not sure if it's next year, actually. Anyway, we're currently, again, MC's being an ass, but then again, kind of reasonable. But then again, oh, right, this game specifically was made during COVID, so like it's going to reference that a lot and like the conditions we were at, like, you know, being paranoid about being close with people. Oh my god, 25 January? That's super close. I thought it would be like middle of next year or something, but wow, that's close. So like, yeah, current story, we are in a cabin in the woods. We're very like self-sufficient and everything, but one of our bear traps caught a girl, and then that, you know, we took that girl in for the night. Like, not that kind of take care. Don't be degenerate just yet. But like we let her stay for the night, and then like she's kind of messing up our routine. So like again, MC's being an ass, but like girl is still like, you know, she has good intentions, but still like anyway. By that I mean I couldn't stop thinking about how naive, careless, and wasteful she was. Nothing to do with her shimmery eyes or how sweet she seemed to be even when everything else was horrible. Nope. The good news was I checked the rain barrels and the situation wasn't as dire as I had feared. Okay. Hi, Van. Bear trap. Task failed successfully. Everyone okay? I'm glad you're okay, Van. As long as it... Wait, there's the log. History. Still, I sat at my computer for a long time, entirely unable to focus on my work. Okay. Oh wait, no. That was the wrong line. The good news was, I checked the rain barrels. Situation wasn't as dire as I'd feared. As long as it rained again sometime in the next few weeks, we'd be okay. See, he's panicking over nothing. Thirsty drink. Someone remind me after like this version of Spooky Month. Or maybe we keep thirsty drink. I mean, it doesn't need to be a dating sim from Hugh Thirsty. Hey ho, hey ho, hey ho, crush. Thank you for the crushing hug. When Mallory finally reappeared, she was holding the cardboard box of my old clothes. For some reason, she was still only wearing a bath towel that made me feel all sorts of uncomfortable feelings, and I tried extra hard to keep my eyes on my computer screen. I pretended to type. I noticed the box had more clothing in it than before. I even saw some of my favorites peeking out. Monsters consider. Oh, if anyone remembers me playing Aliens. Ask her what she's up to. Haven't you had enough confrontation? No, ask her what she's up to. I cleared my throat loudly, and Mallory looked at me.
What are you doing with those clothes?
Oh, I was just going to go through them and sort out what's good to wear. I hope that's okay.
Why is she wearing a cabbage? Huh, that didn't sound too worrisome. Maybe she was finally getting ready to go.
Right. You're welcome to take anything that doesn't fit me anymore. I'm sure you could use some warmer things to wear out there on your travels.
I turned quickly back to my computer, hoping I hadn't hurt her feelings with my not-so-subtle reminder that I didn't want her here. Okay, so, like, there's 2 layers so far to, like, MC being an asshole. One is the COVID thing. Like, you know, everyone at that time was, like, very panicky and thinking of, like, oh, I need to, like, keep distance. I need to, like, clean, blah, 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 blah. Another is, well, you know, plus the isolation. The second layer, I think, is just basically being isolated as a person. Like, even without the COVID factor, you can say that, you know, since he's living in a cabin, blah, 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 blah. Like, he's isolated from society and people and, you know, very, I guess you could say introverted. Hey, ho, hey, it's me, literally me. So, like, that's an added layer of why he's acting like this. Because, like, that's normal for him. So, like, you know, disrupting his routine. We'll see. Why do you care about her feelings? Asked my brain. You already told her she's not welcome. She'd be gone soon either way. I hyper-focused on my screen, and in another couple of hours, I still had nothing done. Suddenly, it was dark out, and I was starving. And Mallory still hadn't left. In fact, she was in the kitchen. There were nice, savory smells wafting my way. I logged off, shut down my computer, quickly but casually, making my way over to her. I found her tending to 3 separate pots in the stove, all of them simmering and steaming pleasantly. You want to be an asshole like this, dude? True. But maybe they're building up for character development. Who knows? We're like not an RN yet? Well, kind of an RN. We'll see. How dare she? Nothing was burning this time either, which made me feel annoying feelings like impressed and kind of excited to eat that. Oh, hey. Sorry. Mallory noticed me standing there and smiled way too brightly.
Oh, good, you're finished working.
She's still wearing a towel?
Supper's ready.
How? She started dishing out the oddly fancy-looking meal onto 2 large plates.
What is all this?
And why are you still wearing your cabbage?
It's all made from freeze-dried proteins and grains I found in the pantry, and some spices, which
Girl, we
makes
stood
all
so
the difference
close.
when it comes to flavoring a dish.
He's gonna get mad again. That's probably his reserved food or something.
Oh, and I only used things that were already open, so I hope I didn't overstep again. I can tell you work really hard. And I know I made a mess of things, and I just really wanted to make it up to you.
This dude really does remind me of my 2 years as a hermit in the woods with minimal human contact for real. Like, it's, like, I'm being mean to main character, but at the same time, I get it. Like, I'm not always peppy and whatever, haha. Like, I've probably been as bad or worse than this guy before.
I'm determined to have a net positive impact here.
I go earlier again. She thought it'd be nice. I was suddenly very concerned about how low the bar was for her. Oh, dude, no, that's mean. I also couldn't help feeling a little charmed by her determination. See, that's me. I want to let her know that I did actually appreciate her efforts. I understand, but you can deal with it another way. Yeah. But again, like being isolated for like so long.
Well, this
Like, I
does
kinda
look
get it.
incredible. And by the smell of it, I'm pretty sure I'll be licking these plates clean.
Okay, see,
Or
now he's being better.
You did wash your hands before you started.
Oh
right?
my god, dude. It's fine. It got cooked. It's fine. Please put more effort into wearing clothes.
Yes, silly. And I still don't have any symptoms of any sicknesses either. So come on, let's eat. I want you to enjoy it while it's hot.
MC, tell her to put on some clothes other than the cabbage. There was something so endearing in the simplicity of her delight. I smiled as I took my plate and sat down at the far end of the table, away from her, waiting in silence. The food really was delicious. I wouldn't have guessed she'd had it in her, not based on that morning. I wonder if I should try to get some answers out of her now, though, I thought, and cleared my throat.
How's your leg feeling?
It's not too bad.
I should probably take a look at it after supper. Clean it up and put a fresh bandage on it. And then, I suppose we should talk about getting you home?
Right. Home.
Ooh. Backstory? Even if she was sick, I don't mind catching whatever she has. Oh, hey.
I mean, I don't know if you have a family or a group or whatever, or if you're on your own like me, but you don't exactly look like you, live in the forest. So where are you headed?
She lifted one shoulder, visibly uncertain.
Surely there must be someone, somewhere.
I'll figure something out.
No!
Hang on, no. I want to make sure you're going to be okay.
Okay, see? Character development. Hey, not being an ass. Character
I
development.
thought you just wanted me to leave.
Ideally, I'd like to know at least something about your situation. Maybe I could help you.
She looked away.
That's sweet of you, but I'm sorry. I'm just not ready to talk about it.
Okay.
We fell quiet once more, just the awkward scrape of forks on plates to fill the silence. I consider her as she had sat across me, so beautiful. It was as if she were a digital painting.
Can I just ask one more question? Why are you still wearing that towel?
Oh my god, finally! She looked at me blankly. The last few morsels of food balanced on her fork fell back onto her plate. She glanced down at herself, then up again, hands clapping against the sides of her face.
What? You mean I've been wearing this the whole time?
Yes.
Oh, I can't believe it. How do I forget these things? Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Oh my gosh.
I couldn't help laughing. I felt like I was finally catching on. She was a bit of a space case, that was all. And her mannerisms made it sort of adorable.
I'll be back to clean up as soon as I'm decent.
Her efforts to flee quickly were hampered by her leg. She ended up limping away in search of her clothes. Oh goddamn. Mumbling exasperatedly under her breath. That's when it hit me. I hadn't even considered how much pain she must have been in as she cooked and cleaned and tried so hard to pay me back. Yes, asshole. Pay me back for what though? I only wanted to help. I hadn't even done a great job of it. And I was trying to send her away, knowing full well she had nowhere to go. And she's got a busted leg, my dude. No, I couldn't do that. And now I felt like I had to make things up to her. She's such a cutie. I mean, we've got that established. I tied it up quickly from supper, returned to my computer where I booted up my 3D printer. Why do you have that? I didn't use the thing often, but it was there for emergencies, and they seemed urgent enough. Print a cast! I managed to find a design that was close to what I'd imagined. I set everything up and stood back to watch the printer do its thing. Hey, finally, he's getting it through his thick skull. Character development? Just then, Mallory emerged wearing her dress.
Oh, you already cleaned up. I guess that's it then.
She also, okay, I might be reading too much into this, but she wants to be useful. She wants to be needed? I don't know. Well, maybe not the right word. She stood beside the table, leaning on it for support. I stood in front of the printer while it worked. I didn't know what to say, so I decided to just let words come out of my mouth.
You should stay.
Oh, let's go!
Also, I'm sorry. I've been a total asshat to you.
Yes! She looked up at me, nervously, clutching the sides of her dress in her tiny hands. Her mouth opened and closed like she didn't know what to say either, so I just kept going.
It was kind of a shock to
She
have
doesn't
you
want to be a
show up
burden.
here.
Yes.
I haven't had anyone visit, ever.
She wants to not be used.
Because this
Yes,
has
yes,
always
yes,
been
yes.
my space, my family space. I guess I felt sort of invaded.
Again, okay, that one. That's valid.
But now I realize that's stupid. Basically,
yes.
what I'm trying to say is, I wouldn't feel right making you leave when you're clearly in a bad spot. I have the means to help you, and there's no reason why I shouldn't.
Yeah.
If you want to leave, that's fine, but there's no rush. Cool?
Cool. She smiled softly, her eyes seeming to glitter.
Cool.
Behind me, the 3D printer finished its work. I turned around to take the sheet of gauze with the cute potato pattern I'd printed, hoping it would amuse her and lighten the mood. Good MC.
Can I redress your leg now?
Sounds weird, but that's actually the proper term. The pattern on the gauze made her giggle, and she nodded and sat down, propping her leg up. Good job, MC. I prepared once again for the uncomfortable closeness that was necessary for this task. I scrubbed my hands, put on a mask and a pair of gloves, and went to sit by her with the first aid kit. We chatted idly as I cleaned and packed her wound. Afterwards, I got her set up on the couch, bid her good night. I wasn't exactly tired, but I figured it was better to leave things off on a pleasant note before things got awkward again. I climbed up the stairs to my loft and lay in bed, staring at the ceiling above me. I thought about how angry I'd been with her actions that morning. I thought about how scared and uncomfortable I'd felt throughout the day. How was it that now, a matter of hours later, I could feel such a gentle fondness for the very same person who made me so upset? Moody hermit. I accused myself. Yeah, you're probably right. I thought in reply. I do that too, though. I check up on myself. Like, I talk to myself and stuff. And with that, I closed my eyes and waited for sleep. That I can't do. Chapter 4, Growth. Too early. I'm so tempted to call you a moody hermit, Tristan, but it sounds so mean. Mood. I slept soundly that night, woke up feeling surprisingly good. The sun was shining, my body and mind were refreshed, and once again, something smelled delicious in a kitchen-y kind of way. Also so accurate. Hey, I could get used to this, thought my brain. Oh, hey ho, let's go! I rolled my eyes at myself as I hopped out of bed. This was the start of a new routine. It had to be. Mallory was here now, and I didn't want either one of us taking advantage of the other. I wondered if she'd like to learn about the systems I had set up for off-grid living. I definitely needed her to understand why certain things were important, like conserving water, obviously, but she might actually enjoy being involved with the work I did on the daily. Yes, get her involved! Maybe we could share the load? She could be the Sam to my Frodo. Hey, that's not true romance, dude! I can't carry the ring, but I can carry you! Sorry. If you watch the movies, you know what scene I'm talking about. My heart felt kind of bright and big at the thought of having a friend, even if just for a while. It was something to break up the mind-numbing monotony of that sweet post-apocalypse lifestyle I'd been living. I could be an okay teacher. I taught a few online courses before. Okay, that's me. For beginners wanting to learn C#. Teaching someone how to feed a chicken shouldn't be any harder than that. I treaded softly down the stairs and snuck into the kitchen. Some egg medley bubbled away in a skillet, and a pot of rice was boiling over. Hey, rice, let's go. Mallory stood with her back to me, struggling to reach something high up in the cupboard.
Your pot is boiling.
Oh, you surprised me. Good morning.
Cute.
How did you sleep?
She moved back to the stove to transfer the rice off the heat. Then she picked up the skillet and gave the eggs a good toss.
I slept okay. How about you?
She smiled, wiping her hands on her apron. It was my mother's apron. Woo! And I was pleasantly surprised to see it. It had been tucked away in the bottom of a drawer and forgotten about for a long time.
Great. Your couch is super comfy, and that blanket is so cozy and warm.
Good. I'm glad.
My gaze drifted to the open cupboard behind Mallory.
Did you need something from up there?
She's bubbly enough to be like, let's go. She looked back at the cupboard and let out a nervous giggle.
Yes, please. I was looking for aspirin and I thought I saw a bottle up there.
Oh my god, she's still in pain.
I didn't want to risk standing up on a chair or something with my leg.
Oh, she's still in pain.
Is it getting more painful? I did notice a little redness yesterday, but I didn't think it was infected. Unless... Wait, you're not feeling sick, are you?
No, it's just the leg. It's a bit achy.
I motioned for her to switch places with me, keeping some distance between us while I reached up and grabbed the aspirin bottle out of the cupboard. It was still half full, yet I hesitated a moment, reluctant to share my supply. But then I could order more, along with that first aid kit I need to replace. Yes! Yes! Don't be an ass! It's weird, but that's like our level. Like, what we want for MC, just don't be an ass. I set the bottle on the counter and stepped away so Mallory could take it. She smiled so brightly that dimples appeared in her cheeks.
Thank you so much. You're the best.
I pressed my lips together, trying not to smile. We were still standing too close to one another. I took another few steps back, clearing my throat.
Maybe it's time for another temperature check. Just to be sure.
MC germaphobe, but also reliable. Oh, because like the game is set during COVID. Like during when COVID like just started, like starting. So like everyone was panicking, didn't know how to deal with it and stuff. Also, yeah, that could be like, yeah. But also like, you know, layers. So like he could also be just like very like not wanting to touch people and stuff. Also maybe germaphobe. That would actually be cool. I went to grab the scanner and came back.
Could you move your hair?
She lifted her bangs off of her forehead so I could get a clear reading with a temperature scanner. After a few moments, the happy sound of one beep let me know she was fever-free.
Okay, you're good. But we should keep distancing until enough time has passed to know for sure.
Mallory nodded as she untied her apron, and she did a little swirl to her good leg and offered me a plate.
How's this for a second attempt at breakfast?
Why this angle, game? Move it higher so the text doesn't block the plate. Maybe? I don't know. The food looked glorious. I knew the eggs were fresh because I'd collected them myself maybe just a few days prior. But still, what she had done with them was beyond impressive. Yes, it's not. No. Rough. Devs, please. They knew what they were doing. Rough chopped vegetables and herbs gave splashes of color to the omelette, which was stuffed with steaming hot, looking disrespectfully at the eggs. No, rice speckled with wait, where's the rice? Oh, it's inside. Even more seasonings. The whole thing had downright heavenly aroma. I like how they drew the nails though. Suddenly, some good old Shakespeare came into my brain. Did my heart love till now, forswear its sight, for I never saw true beauty till this breakfast. I thought to myself, you are a nerd.
Well, you seem to have learned how to use the stove properly.
She blushed. Oh no, I hope I hadn't embarrassed her. I meant it as a jokey, complimenty thing. You've been alone too long, I said to my friend.
Really, this is amazing, and I don't deserve it.
Yes, you don't, MC. You don't deserve it. She's too good for you. Second breakfast. We enjoyed our breakfast at the dining room table. Oh my god. Lord of the Rings reference again. We enjoyed our breakfast at the dining room table, sitting across from each other just like the previous night. Through the great big windows at Mallory's back, the yard looked bright and inviting.
Looks like we'll have great weather today. I was thinking of doing some work in the garden for a while. A place like this needs a lot of maintenance. 10 acres of green space, all the off-grid systems. It's a constant running to-do list to keep everything going.
It seems pretty amazing. Is it hard to take care of it all by yourself?
It can be hard work, but it's worth it.
Well, what can I do to help?
I looked at her, a little surprised. She really should relax and stay off her feet. As much as I want her to take a break, we kind of know that she wants to not be a burden. And she wants to not feel useless. So like maybe just her knowing would help too. Like we could, let her just like shadow or like watch what we do.
I suppose you could join me if you'd like. Some fresh air might help you feel rejuvenated, speed up your healing. I could show you a little bit about my setup too. Introduce you to the hens.
She startled. She startled as though I had woken her up from a daydream. Her eyes, bright and beautiful, locked into mine. Hey ho ho hey. Wow, was all I could think.
You have hens? Like little chickens that actually run around going cluck cluck? For real?
Oh my god, that was so cute. That was so cute. I laughed. It hadn't occurred to me that she might not have ever seen one before, but if she came from the city, which I sort of assumed she did, then it made sense. Her childlike excitement over something so normal to me warmed my heart against its will. So pure. So innocent. She doesn't know how chicken dung smells like.
Yeah, I have fish too. You want to meet them?
She raised excited fists, practically bouncing in her seat.
Yes, I do. I really do.
Okay, let's head outside then.
She jumped up, the very definition of bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Her enthusiasm was infectious. It made me feel more lively too. Ah, yes, the city girl and country boy. He was a city girl. She doesn't know what chicken dog smells like. The area I live in, okay, the place I live in right now is known for farming. We have truckloads of chicken dung. I thought about insisting we both mask up if we were going to spending the day in close proximity, but I thought about it some more. And since we'd be outside with lots of space all around, since neither of us had any symptoms, I imagine it would be fine. Yes! What if this ends in one of them getting COVID or something? Oh god. As we headed outside, I offered Mallory a jacket. She declined. I was skeptical that she'd be warm enough in her threadbare dress, but it was her call. At least the sun was warm today, and there wasn't much wind. I let Mallory lead the way through the garden. She would stop to examine all the different growing things, all the fruits and vegetables, more than enough for one person. I often had an overabundance of produce, so I would end up canning a lot of it. Except for those potatoes. Rip.
Oh my gosh! Are these strawberries?
There she stood in the strawberry patch, a look of total wonderment on her face.
They look so plump and juicy, and they're so red! How did you grow them?
Which part do you need answering?
They're actually the easiest thing to maintain around here. They grow like weeds.
True.
Pretty much every year I get 3 whole harvests out of this patch.
Dang, MC farms for real, for real. I think one of the reviews I read said that MC feels like he's too perfect of a character. That like, oh, he does a tech job, but also does farming, and then blah, 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 blah. Like, oh, perfect MC. But no, he's an asshole.
Really? What do you do with all of them?
I make my own jams, put them in salads, make smoothies, things like that.
How does he have the time?
I dehydrate some for easy snacking too.
I'm guessing it's because like his tech job or whatever doesn't really like require a lot of time. Like I know people who would like work for 2 hours, 3 hours in a day, and for like the whatever programming job, and then like they're done. I actually do that too sometimes. Like there are days where you just need to like work a few hours and then you're done. In a whole field of sweet strawberries, she's the sweetest. But she's a blueberry. This dude just keeps sounding more and more like me as the game is going. Tristan, it's literally you for real, for real.
But I think they're best right off the bush. You're welcome to have some.
Oh hey, he's being chill. Her eyes widened. They were huge, and they were actually twinkling now. How did she do that? Well, now you have to get a house in the middle of nowhere and make a fire. I think, especially with like having a tech job, the hardest part where I live anyway is finding a place that would serve both electricity and internet stably. Because even right now, I don't have like what you'd call stable internet. Electricity's fine, but it's pretty pricey because of transmission cost. Also, how to Wi-Fi in rural areas. It depends on where you live, but there's going to be areas where internet data, like that's for me at least, data actually becomes more stable than like getting a wired connection. Also, I've been trying to think of like if I should try like something like Starlink or something or whatever that internet thing Elon Musk owns. Already done. The only thing I don't have is a tech job. I work in mental health. Tristan, you're so close.
I've never eaten a strawberry before. Are you sure?
Also, strawberries aren't sweet. They're like very sour.
Never? Jeez. Yeah, help yourself. Just put your index finger and thumb right behind the stem and pinch it off.
I watch her reach out. Oh, cute. I watch her reach out and search for the perfect strawberry to pluck.
Watch out for slugs.
She paused, stuck her tongue out at me in jest, and selected her perfect first strawberry.
Oh, wow. These taste just like sunshine. I could eat these every day.
As long as they don't call it sweet. Because strawberries are not sweet.
Feast away.
I couldn't help but want to offer her everything just then. And I have a blueberry patch, not a strawberry patch. Oh, see, she's gonna fit it right in. Because blue. The happiness radiating off of her was like addictive or something.
Oh, look. This one's shaped like a heart. Ooh, this one here is huge. Look how shiny and red it is. It's like something out of a picture book.
MC swooning.
Oh, there's a little bug munching on that one. Enjoy your meal, little bug.
Okay, that one's cute. That one's cute. That one's cute. That one's cute. Curious, hi! It's been a while, Curious. Hi, yeah, it's been a while. This is very far from the last game you saw me play. But, like, we're playing dating sims for, like, the rest of Spooky Month because human relations are my biggest fear. Anyway, hi, Curious. I hope you've been doing really well. Oh, wait, I think you were there at something else other than in Sound Mind. Yeah. But anyway, it's very nice to see you. Whose heart did you steal for that heart? It's plugged into something that, like, I don't know, gives me a proper clock rate. So it overclocks when, like, my heart goes boom boom. Anyway, hi, Curious. Also software mode. That's like stretch. Okay, stretching. All of chats. That's actually accurate. That's kind of accurate. Like, it's all of chat's hearts connected together. Sync to your CPU clock speed and convert it to BPM. Yeah, exactly. Let's pretend that that's accurate. Anyway, we're playing dating sims. This one's supposed to be like 2 hours or an hour in. So like maybe halfway in. We'll see. I smiled to myself. While Mallory chatted away, eating strawberries by the handful, I picked up my rake and started taking care of the fallen leaves that were encroaching on the garden. Mallory noticed and came over.
Can I do that?
Her smile was brighter than the sky above us. Oh my god, MC, he's falling. I think the last time we caught you live was when you were... Yeah, I think that one. Like, I remember we were talking about something. So, like, yeah, like, my brain was like, oh, no, there's something else other than Sound Mind.
Oh, no, that's okay.
We talked about coffee beans, because I remember I talked about the V60. Like, I think we remember we talked about how, like... pour over, that's the word I'm thinking of. Like, pour overs and stuff. Between now and then, I've acquired more cyborg bits. You're closer to being me. One of us. How you doing, Curious? Falling at terminal velocity as we fell hard and fast. It's okay. I'm like, my brain's trying to like come up with excuses because like it's just bad writing. But then again, it's also possible because like you've been alone for so long. Any human contact, like absolutely any human contact would like kind of change how you act really quickly. And when it's this kind of human contact, something that's so warm and pleasant and nice, I think you'd fall hard too. Had a rematch with a car and now have bolts and screws in my left leg. Let's go. Okay. As long as you're doing fine. If MC doesn't, I... Let's go. Oh my lord. I'm on the way to fire. Okay, that's good. Oh my god, there's too many raids. Raid. Wait, Fia, while you're here, can you shout out Rai? Well, yeah, I hope your legs... Yeah, you're on your way to fine, but I hope you do good. Like, curiously, I'm raiding Rai. Hi, Rai. Welcome, Raiders. I know you were doing Duck Duck Goose with a few people. I don't know who the people were, but like, hey... oh yeah, did you win against the car? Curious. Raid. Hi, Theo. Hi, Rai. Well, yo, welcome, Raiders. Howdy, howdy. Hi. Cast comes out next week. Nice. Get my replacement prosthetic in the week after. Nice. Okay. You're on your way to fine. That's good. God, no, I didn't. I don't know who the people were either. Right, what? I mean, fair. Okay, but welcome, Raiders. Hi. We're playing dating sims. My true horror, human relations. Oh my god, that reminds me. I did do HR for a while, like a few months. One of the worst jobs I've done. I weigh like 75 pounds against a car. It's easy win for the guy. Really? But hey, maybe outskilled, maybe? Who knows? Anyway, hi, Rai. We're playing a game by this... Okay, we finished Hush Hush a few hours ago. I still want you to play it. I know it's on your wish list. I still want you to play it. The ending just can get wonky. Like, there's a lot of build up, but the ending is kind of but the stories getting there are still really, really, really good. So like, I still advise you to play it. So we're playing, but you know, we needed closure. So we're playing a different game by the same publisher, but different developers. They're probably like close or something, but like same publisher. How's the simping? We are very simping with everyone in chat. Wait. Yes, just let me hit the car with a classic skillish. Just do a flip. We talk about Hush Hush. Yeah. This is now Cabin Fever, so it's a different game than Hush Hush. Because I do want to play it. Yeah. I still advise you to play it. The stories in there super relatable to me and chat. We both cry. We expected to cry. I mean, we expected to be horny. We mostly cried. Simp too strong. Yeah. So like, yeah, but we needed closure, so we're playing like a different game. Like, we're finishing off with this one. Story so far, we were stuck in a cabin because the game is made during COVID, so like we were stuck in a cabin. Girl got caught in one of our bear traps. Yes, you heard that right, bear traps. Then her leg got injured, so like we said, okay, fine, we'll take her in. And then like, you know, the initial start is like she's interrupting all the stuff you're doing because like living off grid is a kind of different from living in the city, which we guess is where she's from. But now she's starting to grow on main character MC. So now let's see, well, maybe MC stop being an ass. A guy can do both. Anyway, let's go. She just looks so earnest. Reluctantly, I pass her the rake. While Mallory took care of the raking, I made my way to the other end of the garden where I worked at pulling up weeds. It's true. Pretty soon, I had a bucket almost filled. When I looked around for Mallory, I saw her standing beside her leaf pile in progress, pausing to catch her breath. Also, there's so much art in this one. I felt bad for letting her take on the raking. She'd probably end up feeling pretty sore afterwards. Still, it was nice to have the help. I could already tell that the chores would go quicker this way. I watched her until she finished her little break and gone back to raking. Or rather, until she spotted me looking at her and gave me a big thumbs up, which I pretended I hadn't seen. Oh, come on, MC.
Do, pulling up weeds.
It's calling me. Shook my head at myself, tossing another fistful of leafy stalks into the bucket. Something about this girl stirred up my insides. MC's falling! She was like a cartoon princess, too happy and determined. Almost too good to be real. Don't. Game, don't. She really shouldn't do chores with an injured leg. Yeah. But again, maybe she just, you know, like if she just... I mean, she did clean up that one time we said, like, she just chill. That good. I, for one, definitely wouldn't have been tough enough to pick up a rake with a leg injury like that. Yeah, we stubbed our toe and we cried like a baby. If anything, I'd have a sat on my couch playing video games until it healed. So I guess I felt a feeling that was partway between admiration and total bewilderment. Because there Mallory was, her pale skin glistening as she did my yard work for me, her dress swaying and dancing around her thighs as she moved. Eyes up, eyes up. Wait, am I still looking at her? I thought I went back to weeding. If this is all just MC's imagination, I'm a big crushed. Crushed. I had to put an end to this distraction. It looked like Mallory was just about finished anyway, so I carried my bucket over to her.
Looking good. Good work, I mean.
What's cooking? Good looking.
Let's move all this stuff into the compost bin.
Okay, what's that?
Cleaning up my weed. I hate it because that sounds like something I would say. I showed her the bin, and as we filled it up with weeds and old leaves, I gave her the rundown.
Basically, I put all the dead plant matter and vegetable waste I have into the tumbler. Since it's a sealed container, it traps lots of heat inside and helps the stuff break down. See the handle on the side? I use that to turn the tumbler so everything gets mixed together. Then, once it's all broken down, I mix it in with the garden soil. The compost gives the soil extra nutrients, which helps the plants grow. It's kind of like the circle of life. I save all the
I guess.
peels and ends from the produce I eat, turn them into compost, and use that to grow more stuff. So the
Compost,
garden really
baby!
provides its own nutrients for the next crop of plants that grow there.
Wow, that's amazing.
Honestly, everyone should be doing this. It's a big part of reducing waste.
He's not wrong.
It's like a big, friendly leaf monster. Num num num.
Damn it, she's charming. She fed the last of the garden waste into the mouth of the bin, then patted the top of it as though praising a good dog. I nearly snorted with laughter. She was too pure for this world, really. She's too good for you, MC. Just, I don't know, learn to be not an asshole, then I'll be okay. For a few moments, we stood together admiring the garden. It looked so clean and healthy now. Then, with a twinge of anxiety, I noticed how close we were to one another. How closely we'd been working. But it was probably fine. She seemed healthy, more than healthy. She was handling her injury remarkably well. Was that the so-called power of positive thinking at work? Both composer airplanes, let's go! She's coughing, oh no. Never mind, I lurched backward, look at her in horror.
Are you feeling sick?
No, sorry. It's just my throat is dry. I'm really thirsty.
MC's being really thirsty right now. Alright, we've been working for a while, and now that she mentioned it, I feel pretty parched too. Whew.
I'll go get us some water.
Ooh, MC thirsty. I dipped inside, took a few deep breaths, and went to fill up a couple of stainless water bottles. Thanks, Tristan. Everything was fine. We're already... Oh my lord. Her temperature had been normal from the get-go. Also, if anyone still from the raids is still here, this is how chat goes. This is how I go. We are openly degenerates. We're not even degenerate. We're just like super awkward. Yes, right. Yes, her temperature had been normal from the get-go. She had no fatigue, no symptoms of the virus at all, apart from that one cough, which was justified. Still, it was a reminder that I shouldn't be letting my guard down. No! When they returned outside, I found Mallory staring up at my roof with one hand raised to shade her eyes from the intense sunlight. Oh, I think this is the cover art. Awkwardly degenerate.
What are
Yes, very
those?
true.
They look like shields for your house.
I blame everyone I met online for becoming this openly degenerate. It's okay. That just means we all accept each other for who we are. I looked up the roof where she was pointing. I'm guessing it's solar panels?
Oh, sort of.
Yeah.
They're solar panels. And they look like they could use a sweep, actually.
Why? What are they for?
Oh my god. I never imagined having to explain solar panels to someone. We make sus comments, try to hurt Death-chan. It's just how it goes. God dang it.
They absorb energy from the sun and turn it into power for the cabin.
Not exactly, but I guess so. You still need to go through an inverter and a battery.
What? Really?
Here. Face toward the sun and spread your arms out.
She hesitated, then raised her arms up. She closed her eyes and tilted her head so that the sun lit up her pale face.
Feel the warmth? That's energy from the sun, or as I like to call it, the nuclear furnace that sits in the sky, 150 million kilometers away from us.
Nerd!
The solar panels take that energy and convert it into electricity. That current makes its way down to a charge controller, which turns the current into voltage for the batteries. My computer, appliances, and lights are all modified to run off that DC voltage.
Yeah. Okay, so they explain it. That's fine. Chudikun's desk has barbarian levels of HP at this point. No other explanation. Hey, it's also because I'm a healer. I heal Desk-chan. I don't know, actually. I heal Desk-chan every time.
Oh, and the charge controller is hooked up to a battery that can store all that incoming energy. So we can still run the power for a while, even when the sun has gone away.
Nerd too. I hope my explanation made sense. For someone who'd never seen solar panels before, the concept might be a hard one to grasp.
So you capture the sunshine and turn it into energy?
Technically,
Isn't
the
that
heat.
like what flowers do?
Yes.
Yeah, that's one way of thinking about it.
No, you just have a -2 on your stress. -1 savage. Goddamn. The twinkle in her eyes as returned. She continued to gaze up at the panels in awe.
It's like magic. If we'd had something like this where I grew up, then the citywide power outages wouldn't have mattered so much.
Huh. Huh. Her smile faded a little. Suddenly, the conversation felt heavy. I wanted to ask her to tell me more, but I was afraid.
Give me a few minutes to sweep the leaves off the roof. Then we can go say hi to the hens.
Ooh, okay.
They're over there, just FYI, in case I happen to fall to my death or something.
What?
Don't worry. If that happens, you can just bury me in the garden. My corpse will give lots of nutrients to the soil.
She gasped, clearly horrified, and couldn't keep a straight face anymore. I laughed.
Don't kid around like that. It's not funny.
Fine, I won't.
Sorry. I'll be back in a few. You rest.
I grabbed my ladder and broom from the shed and headed up onto the roof. I swept all the leaves off the solar panels and cleaned out the eaves straws for good measure. It's a little funny. It is. I thought it was funny. I paused to gaze down at Mallory in the garden. She looked so at peace among all the plants. Butterflies had gathered nearby in a patch of wildflowers. She was smiling at them. I didn't think I'd ever seen a sweeter scene. Guys, I'm low on HP. It should have been -2 strength. Raise fist. I got you. I looked across the distant hills toward where remained of the city. That was where Mallory had come from. I'd assumed so. But now that she'd confirmed it with her comment about the power outages, the thought of her living there almost hurt. Even from my rooftop, I could see how everything had fallen into disrepair. I remembered the long ago announcement that the public buildings would be closing down indefinitely. Sports stadiums, movie theaters, malls, offices had all been shuttered. There's the dark humor. I'm convinced they just put me in this game. Literally, you for real. I swear, if they show a picture of MC and the guy has a beard, just then it's you. Even apartment complexes and private homes had to change. People were moved and shoved around as fences went up and shared spaces became inaccessible. Anything to keep people apart from each other, or at least in their own small safety bubbles. I hadn't set foot in the city in years, and looking at it now, I had no desire to ever set foot there again. Oh my goodness, where is the access? With a sad sighing, I turned my back on the ghost city and climbed down from my roof. I met Mallory in the garden and forced a smile.
Ready?
Random question. Is that your Robo BPM for real? Oh yeah, it is. I have a thing. It's connected to my phone. Wait, is it really at 79? 85. Update thing. It's connecting. Connecting. There we go. 84. Ooh. I think the highest we got was 115 when Peanut showed up in Hush Hush. She seemed so excited as we made our way over to the chicken coop. For a moment, I even thought I saw a spring in her step, but then I realized it was just her limp. Was the aspirin she'd taken wearing off already? The chickens clucked with extra enthusiasm when they saw that I had company. When I opened the door to their fenced-in area, some of them flapped their wings furiously, sending feathers flying and making Mallory laugh.
For as long as they've been alive, I've been alone. So they're either happy for me or scared of you. Not sure.
I pulled the gate shut behind us. Mallory was already saying hello to each individual chicken, giving them compliments and asking them how they were enjoying the morning. Then she saw the chicks, and she gasped.
Babies!
Ah, she's so cute. She's very
Did
charming.
I not mention that? Yeah, they hatched a few days ago. You can pick them up if you want.
She looked up at me, her eyes doing that shimmery, sparkly thing again. I saw that there were tears there, and I thought or hoped that they were tears of joy.
They're so cute. Are you
She's
sure
so
I can
cute.
touch them? It looks like they'll break. They're so tiny.
She just described herself. Funny. That was exactly how I felt about her. Oh my god, no!
They'll be okay. Just gently scoop them up into your hands.
Okay.
Oh, cute art. She carefully held out. Oh, they're so fat. Oh, they're so fat. I love it. She carefully held out her hand. Some of the chicks came closer, investigating her, and it didn't take long before a couple of them volunteered to step onto her palms. Ayo. Mallory let out a small squeak and lifted the chicks up to her face. The chicks reciprocated with their own happy peeping noise, dancing in her hands as she stroked their golden down with a single fingertip. Those aren't just chicks, they are chicks. MC wants to scoop.
They're
Oh
so
my lord,
soft.
no.
I love them.
I believed her. It was weird. I couldn't fathom loving something so easily or so quickly. what Mallory did and had a lunch, she'd have taken a bullet for those baby chicks.
Oh, sorry about the smell, by the way.
Chicken dung, let's
I'm
go.
used to it, so I guess I forget that coops can get pretty smelly.
I don't find it bad at all.
She continued to pet and play with the little chicks. The whole scene was just too precious.
Do you want to feed them? There's a bag of grain just behind you.
Really though, isn't he getting there? I mean, we'll see. I love it when you're back at home. This one, right? It's so like, and it's also just staring. So it's like just a ball. This one's cute too, though. She looked over her shoulder, smiling, and gently set down the chicks so that she could reach for the bag. She took out a small handful of grain and scattered it in front of her. The chicks started to eat, and soon the adult hens came to join them. I wanted in a plush. There's probably like chick plushes out there. All the chickens loved Mallory. They nibbled at her dress and danced around her as she fed them. The clucking intensified with every handful of grain, becoming so loud that Mallory started to laugh. It does get loud, actually.
They're so happy.
I try to give them a good life, even if it's only a short one.
I feel like that's going somewhere.
Huh? What do you mean?
She doesn't know. Oh no, why did I say that? Red herring, maybe? I don't know. Like, what's the other word? Foreshadowing, maybe? I don't know. Dinner. What should I say next? No, answer honestly.
Well, some of these chicks will grow up into egg layers, so that we can eat things like that amazing omelet you made this morning. And others will be butchered for meat.
She stared at me, then she looked away, and those were definitely not tears of joy in her eyes. Not anymore. She petted another baby chick, but this time her hand was trembling. I felt pretty bad at the moment.
You take care of them from the time they're little babies like this, and then you kill them?
I can explain.
It's not like I want to. It's just how it goes. I need to eat, and I can't exactly go pick up meat from the grocery store.
I didn't feel like this was something that needed to be explained, let alone justified. It was how people survived. It wasn't pleasant or ideal, but just like staying away from each other to stop the spread of a deadly virus. It was necessary. This is why I can never have farm animals. Fair. Did she not get that? Why wasn't she saying anything?
Mallory?
That is a hard concept to explain to others, so don't. Yeah. Very true.
I understand. I guess I just never thought about it before.
Also true.
It makes me a little sad. I'll be okay though. Thank you for bringing me to meet them.
The word meat now sounds weird. She stood up, gave the chickens a little wave goodbye, and left the coop. I followed her out, shutting the game behind us.
Shall we head back inside?
She nodded as we strolled across the grass. Cheep, cheep, chirp, cheep. Introduced Mallory to the baby chicks. I felt a little awkward when we went back into the cabin. There was an unhappy tension, but I didn't know if it was just me feeling guilty or something more. I tried to inject a little perkiness into my voice.
So, there was one more thing I really wanted to show you today. It's the most intricate and nerdy of all my systems, and by far my favorite.
She tilted her head questioningly.
Remember when I said I have fish? Well, it's a bit more complicated than that. The fish are actually part of a system I use to grow plants and food indoors.
Oh!
That way I can have at least some fresh things to eat in winter.
Oh?
It's called aquaponics, and it's really freaking cool. Come on, I'll show you.
I haven't seen it in action, though. She smiled softly like she was charmed by the idea. That was a relief.
Okay.
I led Mallory through the cabin to my aquaponics room. It was sort of tucked away, and since I always kept the door closed, it was easy to miss. Let's go, aquaponics! Yeah, that's kind of fun. I found myself oddly excited to show this to her. I felt almost proud as I opened the door, revealing the dim room on the other side.
Why is it so dark in here?
I know. The
Purple
purple light
lights.
is kind of strange. It's because those are grow lights. Their wavelength mimics the sun and gives the plants the specific red and blue light they need. It's a way of tricking them into thinking they're outdoors.
Not a bad explanation, actually.
Not that plants can think.
She smiled like she thought I was maybe a little bit funny, which lifted my spirits even higher. Whew. I followed her all the way into the room. It wasn't something I acknowledged often, but this was my favorite place. Caring for the plants and the fish, watching them grow and change and live, giving me a feeling of connection I didn't quite get from the outdoor garden or the hens. I didn't even feel a connection like that with other humans, no matter how many forums I joined or chats I took part in or emails I sent or received.
This is amazing.
Told ya.
Now this is more my style.
I know, but I wasn't expecting so many plants. You have so much food.
I felt a twinge of guilt for how upset I'd been over the potatoes she'd burned. She walked down the rows of potted vegetables and fish tanks, murmuring hello to the fish, examining the water feeding system and the grow lights. I imagined all through her eyes, the eyes of someone seeing something like this for the first time. It must have seemed like a mad scientist layer or something. She paused, peering more closely at one of the fish tanks.
Why are there plants growing out of the tank water?
Technically, they're not. They have their own
Bro
water.
is set.
It's just been cycled through the fish tank as well. That's how they get nutrients.
I pointed out the tubes that cycle the water.
It's like the circle of life, kind of. I feed the fish and they produce waste, which contains ammonium. That gets converted to nitrites and then into nitrates, which the plants can use to grow. These tubes carry the tank water up through a filter. The filter traps all the bits of waste and gunk that won't help the plants and lets the now nutrient-rich water run through and into the plant pots. It's all a careful balance, everything working in harmony. If I feed the fish and keep the filters clean,
It's teaching
then
us
they're able
science.
to take care of my plants for me.
They're actually explaining it pretty well, like even the solar panels and stuff. Like, it's pretty good. Tubes. Mallory watched the fish swimming lazily back and forth, her face filled with wonder. I grabbed the container of fish food and headed out.
Here, feed them. Just take a bit and sprinkle it in.
I smiled at her encouragingly.
Okay.
She took a pinch of fish food out of the container and gently sprinkled some flakes into the tank. The fish swam excitedly towards the flakes, opening and closing their mouths. Mallory smiled and gave them some more.
They're really hungry.
They just eat whenever they want to. As long as they see food, they eat.
Looking at them feels peaceful.
Yeah.
I watched her watching the fish, and I imagined showing her how to set up a system like this from scratch. I imagined us doing it together. Ooh, planting the seeds of her favorite flower or a special fruit she'd never tried. Celebrating the first bud and the first harvest. Mallory startled me by asking very suddenly,
Who taught you all of this?
are the fish also gonna get... No. I don't think you can properly... Well, I mean, they're probably gonna taste bad, but you don't think you can properly eat these kinds of fish? Oh, she was too close. I took a step back and bumped into some shelving behind me. I could feel my face warming up.
Well, my parents used to take care of their plants sort of like this when I was young. And then I taught myself a bunch more by reading or by trial and error.
She took her head a little, her gaze fixed somewhere far away. Is it because we mentioned parents dip them in soy sauce? I mean, that kind of works. But it's like a texture thing more than anything. No, but it would be possible to dig a pond and have a trout farm. Yes, also yes.
My family had nothing like this. There was one grocery store in our neighborhood. We'd have to wait in line for ages, and then the shelves would be practically empty. We had to scrounge and make do with food that was either spoiled or just plain not enough.
Again, layers. It doesn't necessarily have to be a COVID thing, but it was a thing during COVID. Like, there really wasn't, like... It's not that there wasn't enough food, but transporting food, like, made things really tough with the resupplying and everything. But this could also just be one layer of them being poor or coming from a poor family.
All these systems you use. If we could have had something like this, then
Transport
maybe...
meant some people hoarded. Yes, also that. Ugh. Remember the toilet paper things? Ugh, so annoying. My stomach felt tight. This was it. She was opening up. She was finally going to tell me where she'd come from, what kind of life she had, maybe even what she'd been doing out in the rain that night. Was she looking for food? I didn't feel ready. Why was my heart beating so fast? Well, mine's fine. It's 77, baby. Let's go. She looked so somber as her mouth came open, hesitant. And then she said,
I love that you wanted to show me all this stuff. But, what do you do for fun around here?
I'm sorry. She nudged me and gave me a cheeky little smile. Yeah, she would be invited to be a permanent housemate. Oh, let's go. Okay, so much for that idea. I forced my own smile, averting my eyes.
Yeah, I know. All work and no play. Yada yada. How about this? Let's go make some tea, get something to eat, and I'll show you my video games.
Nerd. We're like, housewife, man, let's go. She nodded, suddenly grinning just as brightly as she had been that morning. As if the day had brought her no sadness at all. She said goodbye to all the fish, went back out in the brightly lit hall. I followed and closed up the room behind us. We ended up spending most of the afternoon playing games on my tablet and snacking. Tablet gamer, no! Taking care of plants well is fun, yeah. True. Yes, associate. When I showed Mallory my favorite retro game, the idle clicker with just the right balance of dopamine and different rewards. It's called Crush Crush. She told me she'd played it before with her sister when they were children. She was so excited about this, and once again, her enthusiasm was infectious.
I used to hold the record for fastest speedrun of this game, you know.
Nerd.
You did not. There's no such thing as a speedrun of a clicker game, and if there was, that record would be held by a bot.
Hey ho, hey, let's go. We tease each other like that, laughing and sharing little meaningless anecdotes, and I didn't notice her shifting closer to me, getting more comfortable. Don't push her away, don't push her away. We were too comfortable. A comfortable silence took over. Then Mallory leaned against me. Oh my god, let's go! Too nervous to move, I looked down. Her eyes were closed. She was falling asleep. For some reason, I let her stay there on my shoulder. As you should. I studied her. Okay. Cuddle time. Hold on, I'm turning back and fully over this. The ornate brooch she wore in her sweater dress, the cute pin she wore in her silky hair, her creamy skin and narrow shoulders, the plunging white lace bra. Ayo, I need the cuddles, okay? My throat tightened up. This was not okay. Ghost feral! Cuddle time, ayo. Slowly, with deliberate care, I slid away from her. Kawaii! I used a throw cushion to lower her onto the couch, trying my best not to wake her. I placed a blanket over her. She continued to breathe deeply, in and out, unmoving. According to my clock, it was only just past 7. I'm surprised Mallory had fallen so deeply asleep already. It's her first time working, so that usually gets you really tired. She looked like she'd be there for the rest of the night. Maybe I shouldn't have let her help with so many chores, I thought, but then I was getting pretty sleepy too. I crept into the kitchen, and as quietly as I could, I made my nightly cup of herbal tea. We'd snacked all afternoon, so I wasn't hungry, but that cup of tea before bed was an absolute must. Carefully, I carried my mug upstairs, setting in so as not to disturb Mallory. It wasn't long before I was dozing off, tea only half gone. My body had been warmed by the fire, which made it all too easy to drift off to sleep. That night, I dreamt of the chicken coop being empty. There were only traces left behind of the hens, and their feathers were scattered everywhere on the ground. Coyotes must have spirited them away, my dream brain thought. I remember pocketing one of the feathers, walking around the woods in search of them. It was a very strange dream, unlike any other I had had before. The thing on her hair is a feather. The thing on her hair is a feather. Chapter 5, Maturation. I woke up to the sun shining at an unfamiliar angle through my bedroom window. I checked the time and realized I'd slept in. Not by much, but still weird. I decided I must have needed the extra sleep. I knew stress could drain the body's energy, and yeah, I'd been stressed over the past couple of days. But the house smelled amazing again, and my stomach clenched and unclenched in hunger. There was nothing, absolutely nothing, to be unhappy about. I got out of bed, got dressed, made my way down the creaky staircase. Something struck me as I reached the bottom step. The chairs were tucked in at the table, the blankets were neatly folded on the couch, and I was pretty sure the floor had been swept again. It all made me feel so much calmer than usual. I never knew how much my home's cleanliness could affect my mood. Also, yes, clean your rooms. I need to clean mine. I'm looking at my left, there's packages of packages.
Morning, sleepyhead. Your breakfast is waiting.
Oh my god, that's so cute. Sorry. Imagine just getting greeted like that every morning. Oh, that's so fun. I turned around. Mallory was standing extremely close to me. I thought about stepping back, but then I forgot about because her cheeks were flushing red, and I was pretty sure mine were too. I do need to clean the dream.
Good morning to you too. First things first, though.
Ugh, my depression partial order. I need to I keep because the best way is actually to clean as you're going through your day or whatever, or if there's trash, throw it away, blah, 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 package, then pack it away. But sometimes I just need a day or a whole weekend to clean my stuff up every month, 2 weeks. I went to grab the temperature scanner and held it up between us.
Oh, right, of course.
She lifted her hair out of the way and let me scan her forehead. The scanner beeped happily. Somehow I felt even more relieved than the other times I checked and found her temperature normal. Oh my god, are they building up to the scanner not giving the happy beep? Mallory danced away from me, then spun back around. Suddenly, oh, that looks good. Also, no booba. Very, very tasteful game, but still pretty nails. Suddenly, there was a large plate of food under my nose. I grinned.
It isn't much, but I thought it would be good to have a high-calorie meal since we both worked so hard yesterday.
That is not high. Oh, well, that is yeah. Okay, yeah, that is high calorie. That looks good, right? Yum. Also, strawberries. Cute. So does the food. Hey, It didn't seem possible, but the breakfast looked even more incredible than the one she'd made yesterday. The plate held a rainbow of food, sliced red strawberries and a tower of golden pancakes drizzled with amber syrup, a stir-fry of rice with orange and yellow peppers, surrounded by fresh, crisp, glistening greens, and a perfectly soft-boiled egg. My mouth watered. She's certainly come a long way.
I did use the last of the eggs in your fridge to make this. I hope that's okay. I went out to check the coop for more, but there were none.
I had already grabbed the plate and started eating. Through a mouthful of pancakes, I mumbled an incoherent reply to her and shook my head up and down.
Sometimes it takes them a day or two, but we'll have more eggs soon.
She smiled and sat down across from me with her own plate. She ate her breakfast with far more elegance than I ate mine. After I'd finished breakfast, I gathered up my paltry first aid supplies so I could clean and re-wrap Mallory's leg. My gaze landed on the box of disposable masks tucked at the back of the drawer. The ones I'd been wearing each day were in medical care, necessitated getting up close and personal with her. But not when we'd been working outside, or in the aquaponics room, or when she'd sat next to me on the couch while I played my video game. I slid the drawer shut, deciding not to bother with the mask. He's letting his guard down. He's opening up. Yes, the perfect house farm wife material. The two of us chatted a little while I tended to her wound.
So I guess I worked you too hard yesterday, huh?
What makes you say that?
You fell asleep at 7 o'clock last night.
Oh, she blushed here too. Mallory flushed pink again. She didn't seem sure how to respond.
It's okay. You learned a lot yesterday, and learning is hard work. I probably went a little overboard with the teaching.
No, but I enjoyed it so much.
It made me really happy to hear her say that. Hey, oh, hey. Is it too hard to want to have a big family? Oh, Lord. Once I'd finished fixing her bandages, I got up to peer outside. The sky above was blue, but there were gray clouds gathering in the distance. I decided to check the forecast. I stood at my desk, waiting for the computer to boot up and connect to the web. Once it did, a number of notifications popped up, chiming cheerily. I followed them to my email inbox, glanced through my unread messages. One work update, a couple of newsletters, something from a coupon service I didn't remember signing up for, and of course a bunch more hogwash forwards about the many cures my doctor didn't want me to know about. Read the spam just for fun. Yeah. I clicked open one of the email forwards, smirking.
Hey Mallory, have you heard about this one weird trick for removing viral toxins?
Removing them from where?
It doesn't actually say, but there's a grainy picture of someone laying what looks like lasagna noodles across their stomach. So I'm assuming it's nothing to do with that.
What a waste of lasagna.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe how many of these I get. They're so stupid.
I closed out of the email and deleted it along with the others. I pulled up a weather forecast.
Partly cloudy this morning, with a chance of scattered showers throughout the afternoon and overnight. And it looks like tomorrow's gonna be rainy all day.
Oh hey, so you can take a bath. I felt like a bit of a chump for panicking about the water. Yes, I looked up at Mallory.
Maybe there'll be enough water for a luxurious bath after all.
Oh hey ho, someone wants to see someone bathe. Hey ho there. She grimaced then giggled.
I should probably do a few things outside though. Get the basic chores done before the weather turns.
I'll help.
Oh, I wasn't sure. I could tell she was sore from yesterday. I was still worried about her leg. Also, why was she so insistent on doing so much?
How about you just keep me company this time?
Bathe at the same time, maybe. Oh,
All right.
We headed outside. The sunshine was strong, but there was a chill in the air that hadn't been present yesterday. Occasional clouds moved past the sun, casting cold shadows over the garden. A flock of geese passed over us, noisy and energized.
They're flying south to escape the coming cold. They probably have their own
Oh, hey,
tropical paradise somewhere,
hey.
with their own beach houses where they spend all winter sunbathing and drinking margaritas. Just kidding. Geese don't do that stuff. But wouldn't it be nice to go on a vacation like that?
I don't know. I've never been on a vacation.
My predictions. I think they're coming true. I frowned, pausing to bend and pull up a stray dandelion poking out of the grass.
Maybe someday someone will figure out a way to stop the virus, and you'll be able to
Wrong,
go
geese fly
somewhere
north for
amazing.
winter. I love it.
By myself, I hope.
Oh shit.
No, definitely not by yourself.
We walked around the property, Mallory humming happily to herself while I puttered about, checking the well, making sure the hens were happy and fed, yanking more dandelions out of the ground when I saw them. Now the ducks get to them first. Pretty soon, Mallory had grabbed a bucket and started pulling weeds too. It was like she couldn't help herself. I shook my head.
That's probably enough hard labor for the day. Let's go in. I need to do some work on my computer.
Oh, not just yet. Please. I'd
I
like
mean,
to
she
enjoy the
could
fresh air a little
chill
while
outside.
longer before the rain comes.
Ah, okay. If you're good, then I'm good.
I reached down for another clump of weeds and felt my stomach flip when I saw a big black spider clinging onto the leaves I'd pulled. I flicked my hand. Oh god, does it fly to her? I flicked my hand reflexively, which sent the weed and the creepy crawly flying across the garden.
Ugh. Stay on the alert for spiders.
Oh yes, I've already met a few of them. They're so helpful chasing off all the harmful bugs.
She's not wrong. I don't kill the spiders where I live, because they catch more mosquitoes. Of course, Mallory would treat spiders with the same kind of adoration any cuddly pet deserved. You are. We continued pulling weeds together, side by side, and I tried to keep the pace slow and casual. Despite that, and despite the heavy clouds moving in, we were both sweating pretty soon. See, it's like, the thing on her thing is a wing.
I am hot.
I did say feather, but like,
I almost want to take my sweater off.
girl, the only thing you're wearing is a sweater. Please don't. She said this with a giggle, standing up straight to stretch her back and survey the neat-looking garden. Please don't. I felt myself blush, embarrassed by the suggestion and the image my mind conjured up. She do be an angel. Is she being flirty? Try flirting back, better avoid the subject. Patched? I don't think this one has a patch.
Taking your sweater off won't change anything.
And gave an exaggerated wink. She blinked at me and I immediately wished the ground would open up and swallow me whole. Flirt back! I did. Oh no, do it. Flirt! It took her a moment to process the joke, but when it clicked she burst out laughing. Her laugh made me laugh too. We were interrupted when Mallory's stomach decided to let out a high-pitched growl. She stopped laughing and clasped her hands on her stomach.
Sorry. My tummy must be hungry after all that work.
Mine is too. And I think I felt a raindrop just now, which is probably our cue to head inside. Do you want to meet me in there? I'll pick some things to make us a strawberry salad.
Wow, that sounds so delicious. I'll see you in a bit.
I grabbed a bucket off the porch, spent a few minutes in the garden gathering ingredients. A few raindrops pelted me here and there. Quickly I hurried back inside, following Mallory's footsteps. By the time we'd finished eating lunch, the gray clouds had fully taken over the sky and rain clung in the droplets to the cabin's windows.
Well, if we get as much rain as the forecast predicts, the rain barrel sure will be happy.
Those are the big containers on the side of the house?
Yeah, you're getting good at this.
Strawberry salad. Fancy.
It's probably the
Why is
number
one
one
brown?
most important system I have here.
Yeah, because
The
running
water,
water.
those 4 barrels can hold can last a long time, as long as I'm careful with it.
No luxurious baths. No water balloon fights either, I'm guessing. Just basic cleaning, cooking, and drinking, right?
Jeez, you make me sound like someone who doesn't know how to have fun.
I want to toss her salad. What does that even mean?
You're pretty much right, though. But you can't just drink rainwater. It wouldn't be safe.
Oh?
The
Yes,
water picks up a
needs to
lot of
filter it.
things before it makes its way into the barrel. Pollution from the air, chemicals, dirt and bird droppings from the roof.
Ew.
Yeah, it's gross. So I add chemicals to the water and filter it to make it clean and safe.
Yeah.
I'll have to show you how all that stuff works. Cleaning the water, using the spigots.
Sausage proving most degen today. I would agree. It's fine. What was the day that I... No, that's probably most days. When I was the most degen. It's probably with Lynetta, though. She turned her head to look me right in the eyes.
You're really smart. I like hearing about all the systems you use here.
My cheeks burned under the shock of her beautiful gaze and the admiration I saw in her eyes. I nodded, not knowing what else to say. I can just be free today. I mean, that's the whole point too, right? Like, it's nice that like it's like, whatever. Woo. After that conversation, I went to check the solar batteries. They were full, which was good. The power they'd banked up would last us a few days if necessary. Then the two of us settled down in the living room. I worked on my computer while Mallory gently explored my things and eventually nestled into the couch with a book to flip through. It was oddly effortless, the silence and comfort that filled the room all through the afternoon. Fuck. Out of all the things that we've gone through this game, that's what I want. Although I'm questioning MC thinking not having a well. Also true. Like, a well would, like, make things so much easier. I mean, if he could find one, at least. Like, a good spot to dig the well. Hey, if I wasn't sausage, I would have made the grab for the dishes through the day. Because, like, you kind of need to find a right place to tap the well. But, like, if you can't find that, I guess, like, you kind of have to resort to rainwater. Gradually, the sky darkened, and so did the interior of the cabin. It was probably long past time for a break when Mallory closed her book, stood up, teetering just a little on her bad leg.
Can I make us some tea?
It's cute that she's asking, because, like, she's now more aware of, like, the water and, like, stuff. I leaned back in my chair.
That sounds like a very good idea. Yes, please.
She meandered into the kitchen, put the kettle into boil. I stood up and went to the utility room so I could switch off the inverter. There likely wouldn't be any more sunlight for the next while, so I decided to reduce the load on the solar batteries, only run off DC power for the rest of the night. She's coughing! I heard something coming from the kitchen, like a small stifled cough. I listened hard to see if it would come again, but it didn't.
She's probably just clearing her throat.
Game, please. I came back out into the kitchen and took a seat at the table. Mallory brought over 2 steaming mugs and set them down.
Honey?
God damn, Game, not like this. I know it's honey, like for the tea, but oh my lord. Whew. Oh no, she's getting sick.
Yes, dear?
Good job, MC. Good job, MC. Good job, MC. He pulled it off. Good job, MC. We both froze. I felt my cheeks suddenly warm. Why did you say that? Screamed my brain.
I meant honey for your tea?
Yep, you did.
Good job, MC. No, I'm proud of you. I felt like such an idiot. The reply had flown from my mouth before I even had a chance to think about it. That's good. That's the effortless that we're talking about. Okay, I said to myself, now salvage this. There's nothing to salvage. You done good.
And I was saying, yes, I will have honey for my tea. And then I was very rudely interrupted mid-thought by a deer that definitely exists and totally ran past the window.
Take confidence. Mallory laughed, but it was a "you're cute" kind of laugh, not an "I'm laughing at you" kind of laugh, so I felt better. After bringing over the honey and some spoons, Mallory sat by me and picked up her mug. She took a drink and made a strange little noise in her throat.
Oh, I just burned my tongue.
Okay, she's fine.
See, that's why I always let mine cool down for a minute or two.
I couldn't do that. It smelled too delicious to wait.
I got up and poured her a glass of cold water. Too thirsty.
Here, this will help.
Thank you. You're so sweet.
After taking a few sips of water, she set down her glass and looked at me with a sad, soft smile. Why is that bad? No simp, no shrimp. I mean, no simp, shrimp. Kiss her. My spine. Ow. Ooh, that was loud. Hug. Thanks for the hug. After taking a few sips of water, she set down her glass, looking at me with a sad, soft smile. Why does it have to be sad, though? Thanks for the stretch, bud.
So, why would someone as nice as you feel the need to set bear traps right in front of their home?
Ooh. So seriously. The question caught me by surprise. I didn't know she'd even been thinking about that. Of course, it seemed obvious now. She had acted far too chipper and unconcerned when the accident happened. She must have been holding back, and was just now feeling safe enough to question why she'd been hurt in the first place. To keep out the bear. I mean, not wrong. To protect the animals. Also true, actually. She had acted far too chipper in the first place. I nodded slowly.
Well, I don't know who this nice person is you're talking about, but I can tell you why I have traps set up around my house. It's all because of Lola.
Ooh, is that a stalker ex-girlfriend? Do you have to defend your property from a lot of girls?
I wish.
No, it's nothing like that.
I paused to take a sip of tea, taking care to blow on it a few times before drinking. For some reason, I couldn't quite look at Mallory then, though I could see from the corner of my eye that she was listening intently. If only.
Lola was my best friend. My beautiful Bernese mountain dog.
No,
she was the family pet, really, but me and her, we had a special bond.
No.
After my parents passed away, Lola and I took care of each other. She was a hard worker. She was by my side always, finding little ways to help me out.
Pipple.
You definitely would have loved her. She had one brown eye and one blue eye, and her heart was made of gold.
Oh, she's like a VTuber. Mallory nodded softly, wrapping her hands around her mug of tea. Not the sad dog story.
I was inside working on the computer, and Lola was outside on the deck, just enjoying the cold. Bernese mountain dogs are.
Why is this turning sad? Because it's always going to say.
Mountain dogs.
He has a
They're
VTuber.
made to be out in the snow. She loved snow. The deeper, the better. But it hadn't snowed yet that year.
I'll be sobbing in the corner. I'll be sobbing right here. A surge of emotion came over me. I had never told anyone this story before. I needed to pause and drink more tea to stop myself from caving to the sorrow.
Lola started barking, and I ignored her. Because she was always barking at squirrels and birds and things, thinking she was protecting our territory. What a silly dog. But this time, it wasn't a squirrel or a bird. I actually don't even know for sure what it was. But the tracks I found later looked like they might have come from a grizzly.
Mallory gasped and held her hands up to her face. I felt like if I stopped, I wouldn't be able to start again, so I just keep going.
When I realized how urgent her barking was, I ran outside. But she was already gone. That eerie silence is something I'll never forget. I searched for her all night and all the next day. I never found her. Just tracks and some blood and fur. I don't know if a bear grabbed her and took her, or if she went chasing after it, or what. I just know I've never been so angry in my whole life. I was already dealing with the pain of losing my parents, and now Lola was gone too. After that, I pulled out all my family's old traps from the shed and set them up around the house. It was too little too late, but I needed to feel like I was doing something.
Layers.
It never occurred to me that a human might get hurt in one, and
Layers.
I'm really, really sorry that you did.
Oh my god, there's layers to that story. He lost his parents, he lost his dog, he set up traps. It's basically like setting up traps as a person on your being a social being because you don't want to get hurt. I'm not okay. But like again, there's layers there. It could be just like, like literal traps, but it could also be like, setting up defenses around yourself so that you don't get hurt again. I looked up to see Mallory nodding vigorously, wiping tears from her eyes. That hit way deep. I'm so freaking confused. The convenience store here has Halloween and Christmas snacks and candies and stuff. Hi, Mary.
Yeah, that's true.
She let out a short laugh through her tears, sniffling. I got out of my chair again to find her some tissues. When I handed them to her, I found myself giving her narrow shoulder squeeze.
I'm so sorry about Lola. That's a heartbreaking story.
Sorry I made you cry.
No. I'm glad you shared that with me.
She looks so sad. What the fuck? For a moment, I wondered if this was it. The moment she would start to open up and share her story with me too. Why had she been outside my house in the middle of nowhere, in the rain at night, all alone? Crush. Maybe I should encourage her.
Okay, it's your turn.
What for?
To tell me something about you. Something real. Like maybe what brought you here?
A look of discomfort crossed her face. She still didn't want to tell me.
Or if you're not ready to talk about that, then maybe you can tell me something else. Something more light. Please?
Please?
I hardly know anything about you.
What do you want to know?
Everything. I just noticed your name is Chubb. Yeah. Because a friend on their stream just was typing my name out and typed it as Chubb. So now we're using Chubb. Ask her about her favorite memory. Hopes for the future. Oh god, which one do we pick? This is the first time we're using a save slot.
Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
Oh god, don't word it that way, dude.
Hang on, that sounded like a job interview question.
Good job.
Let me try again.
Oh my lord.
What kind of life do you dream about having? What are your hopes for the future?
You're really waiting 10 years though? Mallory smiled sadly.
You mean, aside from hoping someone finds a way to cure this virus?
Yeah, aside from that.
She thought for a moment, her gaze wandering.
It's sort of hard to imagine any particular future when everything seems so fragile all the time. Anything could change at any moment. But I guess no matter my situation, I'd always want to help people. Like, I'd love to keep a giant garden just so I could share all the fruits and veggies with my neighbors. Also, I would learn how to knit socks so I can make sure everyone's feet stay nice and warm because cold toes are the worst. And maybe someday I could have a family of my own.
She blushed as she said the last part. I definitely didn't want her to feel embarrassed, so I quickly replied. Cold toes really are nice.
Wow. In my fantasy, I get abducted by aliens and they
Socks
teach
are
me how to
painting.
drive their
Actually, I have
spaceship.
no idea. Mallory burst out laughing.
Yeah, I may have to rethink that. For real though, that's a nice dream. Very altruistic.
Mallory smiled and gave a slight shrug.
Anyway, I should probably let you get back to work now.
No, please. Distract me more. The last thing I wanted to do was go back to work. I gave her a little poke just for suggesting it.
Don't do that. I'm super ticklish.
Oh, are you? I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
I poked her again, gently waggling my finger. She twisted in her seat, laughing, her eyes lighting up. Tickle fight. We're doing this straight out of Hush Hush. Her laugh was beautiful. She squeaked and kicked her feet as I tickled her sides. A playful attempt at retaliation sent her slipping off her chair. but I easily caught her. A-ho, hey. Suddenly, it was like our arms were around each other. Oh. We sat there on the floor, both of us laughing through our breathlessness. It was amazing, and then it was a little awkward. Or tickle fight. A-ho, hey, 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 ho, hey. I withdrew my arms and got to my feet. I helped her up. We stood there for a moment, just looking at each other.
I have an idea. Let me treat you to a special dinner tonight.
Okay, wait. Save. Let's load that one. I want to ask this one. Tickle. Sausage now.
Tell me something about how you grew up. A happy moment or favorite memory.
Just get away. Was lurking while driving and gotta go to somewhere. Good luck hitting it up. Yay. Good luck with this stuff, Shim. Thanks for the raid. And thanks for stopping by. Good luck with work. She pressed a finger to her lips, thinking hard.
My favorite memory? Building pillow forts with my sister. And playing make-believe that we were airship captains flying through the clouds. We lived at the top of the tallest building on our street, which is probably what inspired our game. I remember we had this old pair of binoculars. They weren't good or anything, but we used to look up at the night sky through them and pretend we were looking into other galaxies.
Space is super cool. I approve.
Hey, look at that. Rockets back there. She giggled.
I always loved the night sky. All the stars and planets and satellites.
Fuck your game. Apartment living.
We actually lived really close to the
To the woods.
planetarium, and it was always my dream to go there and see
It's
a show.
very different.
But it got closed down when I was just a baby. My mom would always tell me that someday the planetarium would open again. And I just had to be patient.
They never do.
I guess I never really stopped waiting.
She gave me a sad smile.
Hey, I think I've been to that planetarium. I would have been really small, so I don't remember a lot, but that's kind of cool, right? But you know, we could totally go stargazing here in the mountains.
Smooth.
There's nothing like it.
Smooth. Good job, MC. She looked away, cheeks flushing pink. She wiped her eyes and shrugged.
Anyway, I should probably let you get back to work now.
No, stop doing that. Keep distracting me. The last thing I wanted to do was go back to work. Okay.
Don't do that. I'm...
Oh, are you? I have an idea. Let me treat you to a special dinner tonight.
Wait, is there an age diff here? Like a few years probably. Because she's 22? And like, I'm guessing MC is around 20, like late 20s? Mid to late 20s?
A special dinner. Ooh, and what would that be?
I haven't
21.
thought that far ahead yet. Give me a minute.
Oh yeah, and she said she just turned 21 like a few weeks ago. Yeah. Sounds acceptable. I thought about what sort of meal I could make from things I had in the kitchen or pantry. Truthfully, I wasn't a very good cook. Oh my god, the sun's starting to rise. I mean, I could throw together a salad or a sandwich, but that wouldn't be special enough. Like IRL sun. A thought sprang to my mind. In the pantry was a very old bottle of red wine. I didn't know it was fancy or even good wine, but it was the only bottle of booze I had in the house. Because of that, I valued it highly. Originally, I had intended to save it for a special occasion, specifically for the day the virus was cured. That bottle had been sitting on a shelf for many years. The hopeful note I'd attached to it to celebrate the cure, faded and dusty. I thought they said he was before Outbreak, and she sounds born in Outbreak. Not really. Like, I'm guessing they're turning this Outbreak thing, like, longer than COVID. How do you think I feel the sun is alright? Can I open it now? Should I open it now? No, it was special, really special, meant for a day that might not come. Wine is meant to be shared, my brain reminded me. Yes! What the hell, I'll do it. I'd share that wine with Mallory. I swished my hand through the air and gave my best pompous butler impersonation.
A most decadent helping of popped corn with truffle oil and adult beverages.
God damn, popcorn with truffle oil. Mallory stared at me, then tossed her head back in laughter.
Dinner is popcorn and nondescript alcohol? That sounds fantastic.
When I had the popcorn going, I asked Mallory to go look for the truffle oil from the cellar.
I'm back. I think this is the right one.
She turned the bottle for me to read the label. Scribbled in my own sloppy, jiffy marker writing were the words, the good stuff. I nodded and motioned my chin to show her where to find wine glasses and
So
bowls.
you made this truffle oil yourself?
Yeah, it's not too hard once you get the hang of it. The first batches I ever made were terrible, though. Lots of trial and error before I landed on the right mix of ingredients and timing.
She brought out a large bowl from the cupboard and placed it beside me for the popcorn.
Wow, that's so cool. I think it's incredible that you've learned to do all these things.
That's just how it goes when you live on your own. If you'd like, I can teach you.
While reaching up to grab the wine glasses, she cocked her head curiously at me.
You would want to teach me?
Of course. You're a good company.
Ayo.
And it might be fun to show you how these things work.
Yo, MC, let's go. And he hasn't made his own wine, hard to believe. She smiled at me and took the wine glass. Maybe he can do grapes, maybe. Going down to the living room, dusting them off with her sweater as she walked. The popcorn was almost ready. Settling into the couch to watch a movie on my computer felt very different having a beautiful girl beside me. Let's go! The same one who, only a few minutes earlier, was on the verge of tears. I was happy that I could cheer her up, if only for a little while. Strawberry wine. Oh, true. I should actually know that that's a thing. She seemed much happier with the distraction of popcorn in a movie. Netflix and shit.
Oh my goodness, this wine is the best tasting thing I've ever had in my life.
Her cheeks began to turn rosy after just the first sip. It made me happy seeing her like this, and I was glad that I could share this small gift with someone.
What sort of movie would you like to watch?
How about something with action? And romance? Oh, and some comedy too.
That's a tall order. Let me see what I can find.
It wasn't long before we both relaxed and let ourselves be absorbed into the movie. It was a strange story about a girl from the moon who fell in love with a human. They had to overcome their differences in order to realize they were destined to be together. Sure. There was also a moon cat that would bust out wisecracks every 10 minutes. It had Mallory roaring with laughter as I expected.
This cat,
Cute.
I can't believe some of the things he says.
Her laughter was infectious and soon had me joining in, despite the subpar humor of the movie.
I haven't laughed like this in so long. Oh my gosh, my stomach hurts from laughing.
Mood's just right. Clumsily, I spilled a bit of wine on my pajama pants. The splotch had landed right on my, thing that rhymes with splotch. The sight of it only made us roar with more laughter. It may have been the wine causing us to act so funny, but it may have just been that we were long overdue for a good, honest laugh. Being like this with her made me feel like my old self, or rather, like the person I might have been had my circumstances not forced me to become a young hermit. I wondered when we had started sitting so close to each other. I suppose it was so that we could share the bowl of popcorn without having to reach. But in fact, Mallory was so close to me that I could feel the heat radiating off her thigh beside my hand. I stretched out my fingers to graze her leg, testing the waters to see how she would react. To my surprise, she didn't recoil. So there my hand sat for the remainder of the movie, turned over, too nervous to move either way. Yes! Go, 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 go. At one point, I noticed her hand fall to her lap. It was resting in a way that seemed uncomfortable, with her palm facing upwards. It was honestly quite distracting. Oh my god, dude, she's asking. Put your hand on that. Coward. Before I could figure out if she had left it there for me to hold or not, yes, the movie had ended. I missed my chance.
I really enjoyed that. Thanks so much for watching with me.
Reach higher.
Parts of it were entertaining, definitely. Like that bizarre turtle in a top hat.
Hand holding a lute. No, they didn't even get there.
That's right. And how we saved them from that lizard beast was so insane.
We sat together for another minute, recanting the ridiculousness of the story we had just experienced. All the windows were dark now, and Mallory looked exhausted. I felt pretty tired too.
I guess I should get off your bed.
Blue-handed.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. See you in the morning?
Definitely.
A little reluctantly, I left Mallory on the couch and climbed up the stairs to my bedroom. As I settled into bed, I felt a strange mix of happiness and loneliness. Two feelings I hadn't felt or allowed myself to feel in a long, long time. The pain of losing my family had been too much to bear. So my heart had shut off and I just existed, going through the motions, waiting endlessly for nothing in particular. Now I was rediscovering myself, relearning what it meant to be human. Fuck you, game. And it was all because of Mallory. Fuck you, game. Then, as though she had known I was thinking about her, Mallory called up to me.
Sweet dreams.
You too. Get a good night's sleep.
That's so cute. I yawned and nestled deep into my pillow. Before I could remember what I had been thinking about, I was fast asleep. Take her with you. She'd be more comfortable in a bed. Would have been sweeter if you were in this bed with me. Attachment. Wait, what are the chapter titles trying to say? Wait. What's this game called again? Cabin Fever. Chapters. There's multiple endings. Fuck you, game. Okay, chapter 1 is prologue. Chapter 2. Huh. Okay, never mind. We'll find out eventually. There's plenty of room.
Good morning, sleepyhead.
Did she just wake us up in the bed? The voice drew me up towards consciousness, but I didn't know if it was real or part of a dream. We better get an ending where we can I heard a familiar creaking. Who could be walking up the stairs? I was pretty sure it wasn't me. No, I was definitely laying in bed. My eyelids were heavy and my brain was only half awake. I weight pressed down on the bed near my feet.
Wakey, wakey.
It sounded like Mallory. I teetered on the edge of consciousness, hoping I'd be left alone to fall back into slumber. Dude, no, get up. The weight at the end of the bed shifted, shaking me a little. I squeezed my eyes shut.
Okay, you leave me no choice.
Dude, just wake up. We need a good ending this time. A happy ending.
Incoming Pounce attack.
Dude, wake the heck up. Nope. See, if we woke up, this wouldn't happen. I was jolted awake then, fully this time, by the force of Mallory jumping on top of me. A panic shout escapes me as I yanked the covers up past my neck, leaving only my face exposed. Mallory beams, straddling me proudly, her clear, accurate arm. This is better.
You. Well, you left me no choice. I tried calling you, throwing things at you, and wafting delicious smells in your direction. None of those worked, so this was my last resort for getting you to wake up. And it didn't trip. You're awake now.
What kind of monster just pounces like that on a poor defenseless sleeping person?
Wait, watch it. He sleeps in the nude.
Monster, you say? Wow, you sure do know how to give a girl a compliment.
I like her now. I really, really like her now. There's something very wrong with me. I was thinking the same. I scouted her playfully. I was pretty sure she was resting her whole weight on me, but she felt like nothing. And though I'd been legitimately startled and more than a little confused, I found now that I didn't dislike the situation.
If you're jumping about
Where do
like this, does that mean your leg is feeling better?
Mallory looked down at her bandaged leg and then back at me. She pursed her lips.
It doesn't hurt as much, but it feels kind of weak. Like it might give out if I put too much weight on it.
I didn't know enough to know if that was normal or what it meant. I nodded vaguely and just stared up at her, and she stared down at me, and then I shook myself.
So why did you need me to wake up so urgently?
She cocked her head.
I made you breakfast and I didn't want it to get cold.
Oh my god, that's so cute.
And I was worried. You're usually up way earlier than this. And maybe I was a little lonely and sort of missed you.
MC, please. What did she mean by usually up way earlier? I craned my neck to check the clock on my nightstand. Oh, that was what she meant.
What's up with me? I never sleep this long.
Oh, you did
Sometimes
drink.
your body just needs a little extra rest. Okay, now...
Shall let me hit your desk because I can't. There. That should be a redeem. Mallory twisted, leaned over the bed, and produced, as if from nowhere, a plate of breakfast.
Ta-da!
Oh, is he the one getting sick? Oh. She held the plate out, showing me the stack of fluffy golden waffles. How'd she make waffles, dude? They smelled amazing, fruity and sweet, flecked with red and drizzled with maple
My
syrup.
mouth is watering. I never knew that was an actual thing that happened to mouths.
I think other people's mouths are water. He's getting down with the thickness. He hasn't checked his temp.
Strawberry
True, he
waffles
hasn't
from
checked his temp
scratch
yet.
will do that to you.
How do you make
You'll have to tell me
waffles,
once you
dude?
taste them, but I think I may have outdone myself this time. The only thing I did make from scratch is the syrup.
Definitely watering.
That's okay. I made the syrup from scratch.
Wait, you did?
It's not that hard. I nodded.
There are tons of maple trees around here. I harvest their sap at the end of each winter. It's pretty simple. I drill small holes into the trees and insert what's called a spile, which is like a spout. The sap drains out through there and into a bucket.
Bucket.
When I have enough to fill a pot, I essentially boil it down until it's mostly evaporated. Then it's syrup. And the best part is, it keeps forever. So I can just store it in glass jars in my pantry.
Because they're basically just sugar. Mallory had never looked happier or more amazed or more beautiful. Oh, hey, oh, that's
That
cool.
sounds like some kind of fairy magic.
I laughed.
The real magic is your cooking. This looks incredible. Although, do you mind taking it downstairs so we can eat there?
Downstairs.
I'd like to get dressed and, well,
Bro, stop nerding out. There's a girl sitting out here. But that's what she likes about him. Mallory looked down at herself and the way she was straddling me, and her face turned bright red quite rapidly. She scrambled to get off of me, nearly dropping the plate of waffles in her flustered state. I like to keep it.
I'll do that now. Sorry. See you downstairs.
The word they used to, like, straddle, my god, dude. Without making eye contact, she raced down the stairs. There came the sound of cutlery being fumbled with in the kitchen below. I dragged my hand down my face, equal parts amused, exasperated, and happy. Yep, he's got nothing other. Fair, but I am down bad. That's okay. That's why we do the streams. After breakfast, Mallory was quick to scoop up my plate and cutlery. I offered to help, but she said she would do them herself. By now I had learned that there was no arguing with her, not because she was particularly stubborn, but because I caved at the slightest pushback. Welcome to the club! How'd she not notice that Ted pitched? Because she was basically listening to him nerding out. She made me weak, but like in a nice way. Fuck you, Gabe. So while she cleaned up, I walked to the window overlooking the garden. The skies were dark and dreary, far more ominous this morning than before. The ground glistened and I could see little puddles on the path leading up to the door. They rippled as a gust of wind rushed past.
I guess it's another day indoors. Look how glum that weather is.
I glanced back at Mallory in the kitchen. She took a long look through the window, making a little pouty face.
Also, clouds like this mean we're not getting any solar, so we're relying on what's stored in the battery bank for now. We should limit how much electricity we use today.
Okay, I'll be extra careful.
Aw. I turned back to the window and pressed my hand against it. The glass was cold, much colder than usual. If it was going to rain all day and be chilly, I should bring in some extra wood for the fire. 30 pieces should do. Then I stole another glance back at Mallory. Mallory in her threadbare sweater dress. So thin and so short. Oh my god, dude. Better make it 50 pieces. I told my brain agreed. Outside, the rain was really coming down. I kept close to the edge of the cabin, sneaking along under what cover there was on my way to the woodshed. The ground was too muddy to use the wheelbarrow, so I figured I'd have to make more than one trip. I gathered up a big armload of firewood and brought it back to the cabin. I repeated this process, getting wetter and colder as I went. On my last trip to the woodshed, it occurred to me that I would never have bothered with this much effort if it were only myself in the cabin. I would have made do with the few logs already inside, wrapped myself in blankets, and if it came to it, suffered the cold. But Mallory deserved better than that. Yes! After bringing all the wood inside, I laid it out on a towel beside the fireplace. I always inspected for logs for bugs. I didn't want anything creepy hitching a ride inside my home. Once the task was done, I arranged a couple of logs along with some kindling and got a little fire going in the fireplace. Sat there for a few minutes, stoking the flames while the wood hissed and popped. Soon the whole living room was toasty. Mallory appeared at my side and sat down. She leaned forward towards the fire, its orange glow warming her face. I caught myself staring at her and slapped my hands against my thighs.
Well, I better make use of this time and get some work done on my computer.
But that uses electricity.
Doesn't that use up the electricity?
See?
The computer only draws around 250 watts. A couple of hours won't make much of a difference.
There's something else I'd be... Mallory stayed by the fire while I went to my desk and put it on my computer. The sound of the drizzling rain outside and the crackling fire in the fireplaces soothed me as I settled into my chair. I could live like this forever, I thought. Oh my god. The peaceful atmosphere was interrupted by an annoying cascade of chimes from my email. Took a peek at my inbox and saw more spam, of course. Damn, I can't be just read the spam. Maybe it'll be entertaining. I opened up the first of the sketchy forwards.
Wow, more new cures for the virus discovered. This says, miraculous cure found. Dihydrogen monoxide combined with pink sodium chloride will save your life. Click here now to learn. Yeah, no, that link is definitely staying blue. And this other one has more emojis than actual words.
Mallory laughed.
You never know. One of those headlines might turn out to be true someday.
Oh, Mallory, you're such an optimist.
I rolled my eyes playfully. Without thinking about it more than that, I deleted both the emails. Then I spent a few minutes checking some websites that were part of my daily routine. Sites for tech news, world news, weather, a random ad for amazing delivery services to remind me about the first aid kit I need to replace. Whew, are they coming back to that? Are two of those emojis an eggplant? I decided I might as well grab some painkillers too, since there had only been a handful left in the bottle when Mallory asked for one for her leg. She seemed much better now, but still, it was good to have things like that on hand. You never knew when a headache might strike or a joint might get sprained. I ordered the new first aid kit and the aspirin, then something else caught my eye. It was a type of ad I'd never usually get, certainly never pay mind to, but for some reason I did this time. It was just a basic advertisement peddling some chintzy jewelry, but something compelled me to take a closer look. Oh, hey, he's thinking about her. After clicking through, I was presented with an image of a stunning silver ring in the shape of a bow. The color and the sparkle immediately reminded me of Mallory. I wanted to buy it. For her. The next thing I knew, the order had been placed and a message appeared letting me know that all three of my purchased items would be arriving via drone drop within the next few days. Give her the ring. Oh, right. Oh my god, that's right. The whole order plus delivery fees was ridiculously expensive. But what was I going to spend my money on? Wow. I leaned back in my chair, a little bit in disbelief of myself. I looked over at Mallory sitting in the living room. She had that old basket of clothing. Oh, is she fixing his pants? With a little pile of things neatly refolded beside it. Her head was bent low over some garment in her lap, her fingers working away. I realized then that she was using a needle and a thread, sewing up holes and fastening buttons back where they belonged. Consummate the marriage. I forgot about the work I wanted to get done. I got out of my seat, wandered over to look more closely at what she was doing.
Are you mending my clothes?
She brightened.
Yes, those ones are already done, and these ones here are still in progress.
I didn't even know you'd been working on this.
Well, normally, I work on it before I go to sleep or when I first wake up.
God damn.
I find it sort of meditative.
Also true. I've been
You know,
sewing my
you don't have to
clothes
do
before.
all these things for me.
I like keeping busy, and I like being helpful.
See.
Really, you've been so generous and kind taking me in like this. I just want to do everything I can to help you.
She kept working while she talked, so sweet and matter of fact. I smiled. Suddenly I really didn't want to bother with work. I just wanted to hang out with her.
You know, I don't think I'm in the right headspace for work today.
And one such old
Luckily,
movie,
I
Seven
don't have
Brides
any
for
looming
Seven.
deadlines.
I don't even know
So
what that is.
maybe I'll take today off. We could just sit and enjoy the fire together.
Do it.
Maybe we could play a board game.
Do it. Myra looked up at me in surprise.
I love games. What did you have in mind?
I'm reminded of that movie right now. What is it? What happens? Wait, Seven Brides. Seven Brothers. Musical films recommend standing down. A pretty young cook marries Adam, grizzled woodsman, to return to Adam's farm. Really shocked to meet her as fixed. Oh, interesting. Movie sounds I think I did see it before. Mostly the song in it. Bless your beautiful hide. When you're in love. Sobbing women. Spring. The barn dance. Lament. June bride. A lot of it is when you're in love. I'm just a lonesome polecat. Huh. Seven Brothers. I'll look into that. Search my memory. What 2-player games did I have kicking around? Most of the board games left in the cabin were more than a decade old. They were the ones I used to play with my family when we vacationed here, and many of them were probably missing cards or pieces.
How about chess? Do you know how to play?
Surely the chess set on the game shelf would still be intact, and those old pieces would be thrilled to get some use after all these years.
Chess? Yes. I used to play with my sister sometimes.
The sister
I'm,
keeps coming up.
probably not
The
very
sister
good at
keeps
it.
coming up.
That's okay. Neither am I. I'll grab the game. Meet me at the table, okay?
I went to retrieve the chess set, just where I remembered. I unearthed the box, was dusting it off in my sleeve, and I heard Mallory make a little noise.
Uh-oh.
I turned to check on her. She was still sitting on the floor beside the fireplace, mended clothing strewn
What's
about.
wrong?
She raised her hand up to her lips, began biting her nail. Oh,
I
she picked
can't
herself.
get up. My leg's fallen asleep.
Oh, okay. Her words brought back a familiar phrase she said the night we met. I chuckled and reached out on my hand to her.
Well, at least it's only asleep and not caught in a trap this time.
She smiled and accepted my hand to lift her up. Bride carrier. Funny how I didn't even think twice about it anymore. Right.
White or black?
We set the board out on the table, starting setting up the
White,
pieces.
please.
I sat down on the black side of the board, finished arranging my pieces. When I looked up, Mallory was examining the box with pursed lips.
Are you missing a piece?
Looks that way. I don't mind subbing in a salt shaker or something else to play with.
No way. We should play with real pieces.
Oh my god, is he gonna carve something? She gave me a look. It was sort of dismissive, sort of disheartened, but I meant what I'd said, and I knew how to cheer her up.
Seriously, I can make you a proper chess piece. And I can make it look however you like.
Mallory stared at me, one eyebrow a little higher than the other.
How?
I held out one finger, headed towards my computer desk.
Remember
Oh,
the gauze
3D
with
printer.
the cute potato pattern on it?
I took the equipment out, hooked it up to my computer, giving her a quick overview as it that uses more electricity though. The 3D printer.
This is just a small one, but it's very useful and quite simple. I just plug in the USB cable to my computer, then use a program to tell the printer what to make.
Whoa, that's so cool. I'm missing the queen. Can it make that piece?
I let out a theatrical laugh, throwing my head back as I did so.
This baby can make anything your heart desires. Ask,
This baby?
you shall receive.
She cradled her chin while she thought.
I desire a cat.
A cat queen? All right, that works.
Can I watch?
It's pretty boring though. The enthusiasm she showed left no room for arguments. You can be that PSA. Let's go. I let out my software search for cat, picked out a cute figurine, set it up to print, let Mallory press the very last OK button to get the process started. Several indicator lights on the 3D printer flashed as it got to work. It started to hum and whir.
It's like something out of science fiction.
Cute. Mallory tilted her head and get a better look at the printer. She stood up to lean over and watch the cat being formed from above. The angle exposed her cleavage and bra. I tried not to look, unsure if she was aware of what her positioning was putting on display. I'd rather assume it was a mistake and not take advantage of it, no matter how attractive the sight was. We were both quiet while we waited. Level after level, the cat queen built upon itself. About 4 minutes later, we had a replacement chess piece. I removed the piece from the printer, handed it to Mallory. It's supposed to be hot, dude. Watched her expression turn from amazement to joy.
It's perfect.
And it wasn't the only thing. We sat down to play, the conversation came so easily. We shared what we knew about chess, how we'd each learned to play and how the game itself dated back to the 15th century. Nerd! And how these days most people would play all online. We talked about Deep Blue, the first computer to be a world chess champion. Nerd! And then the conversation turned to other random things. Things that made us laugh. Little anecdotes from childhood, questions we had about the universe. Turned into one of those days where the time just passes you by, impossible to notice. Until Mallory sat up straight while I was contemplating my options, pointing urgently.
Hey, look! There! The clouds are breaking.
Nuh-uh, I'm not falling for that. You just want me to turn my back so you can move the pieces around. You trickster, you.
I tusked at her, shaking my head, and she laughed.
No, seriously. Look, the sun is shining over there. Can we go outside to look at it?
I twisted in my seat. Through the window, I could see the great gray sky there over the mountains, a glowing crack, shedding golden sunbeams down onto the land.
Wow. Okay, yeah. Good idea. And I know a perfect viewing spot.
Mallory gleefully hopped off her chair, took my hand in hers. Outside, the air was damp. We walked together around the side of the house to the ladder I used the other day. Climbed up first and turned to help Mallory up the last ladderang and over the edge of the roof. Her hands felt so little and
Watch your
fragile in
step.
mine.
It's still wet and might be slippery. Luckily, the ridges help give traction.
We stood side by side, out of an abundance of caution and only an abundance of cautions. I held her. The sun was on its way down. I could tell the sunset was going to be incredible.
What do you think? Pretty good spot to watch the sunset?
Glowing crack. Mallory took a few steps forward, leaving my hands empty. I shoved them into my pockets. For a moment, everything was quiet. I scanned the world around me, saw gray clouds streaking downward in the distance, trees in heavy shadow with their tips lit up by the sinking sun, the ruins of the city nestled in the thriving landscape. And her. She let out a long, careful sigh, turning slightly to look back in my direction.
It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
A cool wind blew past, catching her shining platinum hair, sending a few strands dancing around her head. There was something mournful in her tone, and it made my heart ache. Sir!
Thank you.
I don't know why that keeps getting
From
blocked.
the bottom of my heart for showing me all of this.
I stared at her, wondering why she sounded so sad, yet also understanding that her sadness was the same as mine. Fuck, I'm guessing she lost her sister, because she keeps talking about the sister too. God, she was beautiful. I stared and didn't know how I'd lived so long without her. Fuck you, game. Something changed up there on the roof. I came back to myself when a strong cold gust rushed past me. I realized the sun had dipped beneath the horizon. I'd spent the whole time watching Mallory instead of watching the sunset.
It's already over? It happened so quick.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, it did.
Mallory had her arms wrapped around herself. I saw goosebumps on her legs, a little shivering in her shoulders.
I don't know about you, but I'm freezing. Shall we
The
go back
lonely
in?
bird and the lone wolf.
I never paid attention before. I never cared.
Fuck you, game. She was so sad. I wanted to make it stop for her, but I didn't know how.
Maybe the most beautiful things are beautiful because they're fleeting.
Fuck
I have
you,
to appreciate them
game.
while
Are
they're
people
there.
gonna die? Are people
But
gonna
hey,
die?
there'll be another sunset tomorrow.
It was getting dark now. I felt a few raindrops and the air felt heavy and sharp.
It's starting to rain again. Come on, let's go in.
Mallory turned slowly, nodding, not looking me in the eye. I stood by the ladder.
After you.
Wait, no, you're supposed to go first, so you can hold it while she's going down. Yeah, whatever. Her head was bowed and she moved so tentatively, but I couldn't tell whether it was because she was sad or because she was nervous. Help her.
Let me help you down.
I offered my hand. She grabbed it firmly and shuffled towards the edge of the roof, turning around. She lowered herself onto the ladder slowly, making her way down one careful step at a time. I waited for her to reach the ground before I climbed down after her.
Thank you. You're like my own personal guardian. I feel like you'd never let anything bad happen to me. Not if you could help it anyway.
Of course. I care about your well-being.
Oh my god, MC's growing. She smiled at me, and we carefully made our way back inside the house. Also, seeing that old city in the background is ominous for some reason. I just feel like someone's gonna die. And whoever dies, it's gonna be sad. Either way, the fire had burned low, but the inside of the cabin was warm and inviting. I felt a strange sense of calm.
It's so nice in here. I didn't realize how cold I was.
He cares for her, let her live. I nodded, resisting the urge to remind her about the jacket I'd offered every time we went through the door. I could tell she wasn't in the mood for me to poke fun at her. It was getting late. My stomach ached for something to eat, and I was sure she needed something too.
How about
MC
I heat up something from the freezer? And while we're waiting, we can have tea. It's my turn to make it this
I'll
time.
take it, but
That sounds nice.
she settled herself by the fire, gazing into the glowing embers. She seemed a million miles away. I made my way over to the kitchen, filled up the kettle. I took out a container of stew and began the process of thawing it on the stove. I searched through my pantry for a particular jar of loose leaf tea, something I wanted her to try, and waited for her to water boil. I'll fight you for it. When the tea was made, I poured Mallory into a tacky cat mug my mother had brought at a yard sale once upon a time. I was glad to see Mallory's eyes light up when I handed her the mug.
Oh my, this is the cutest.
I thought you might like it.
I sat by her on the couch. The rain was coming down again, drumming hard on the window. We just sat listening, sipping our tea.
This tea is super yummy. Where did you get it from?
Phew, I was hoping you'd say that. I actually made it
While you
myself.
guys are fighting, I'll just take Mallory.
If you didn't like it, I probably would have told you it was a free sample that came in the mail or something.
You really made it? Like you grew it in your fish garden?
Yep, harvested the tea leaves myself, dried them, tested different blends.
That's amazing. Who taught you all that?
Oh no, parent talk coming in. I cleared my throat, a little nervous.
My mom did. She was a doctor. But she always had an affinity for herbal home remedies too. You know, ginger for an upset stomach, honey for a sore throat, antibiotics for an infection. When I was a kid, I didn't know there was any difference.
True.
All I knew was that whenever I was sick or hurt, my mom would whip out some drink or salve that made everything better. It was like witchcraft. She was really the one who taught me all about plants, how to take care of them, how they can be used.
Remembering my mother like this made my throat feel tight, brought a tear to my eye and smiled to my lips. It was the strangest feeling, totally bittersweet. Mallory's voice softened.
Your mother sounds incredible. If she was a doctor, then she probably saved many lives.
Yes, she and my father both helped save many people.
Gathering the courage to continue talking about them, I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. I'll take everyone done with me.
They both died helping people. Until the bitter end, they tried to save as many lives as possible.
Mallory put her hand on top of mine. It was unusually warm, probably as a result of her holding onto the tea mug.
They left behind a wonderful person, and you should be proud of that fact. I'm sorry that you lost them.
Fuck you, game. Hearing her kind words nearly sent me into another wave of emotions, but I managed to hold them back.
Thanks.
Including Mallory, you monster.
So, is it your turn again? I've told you about my parents and my dog, but you haven't told me anything about your family.
I tried to make my voice sound light and teasing, but really I was serious. I wanted to know her. Her hand twitched, and for a second I was afraid she would take it away, but she didn't. She just stared at me, and the silence went on so long I felt I had to fill it.
Honestly, Mallory, why are you so secretive? Why can't you tell me what you were doing out in the rain that night? I want to know what brought you to me.
That did it. She pulled away and sank a little deeper into the couch, looking so sorrowful it hurt.
I'm scared to talk about it. Just thinking about it hurts so much. And I'm afraid that if I say it out loud, I won't be able to take the pain.
I frowned.
I understand. But if you share it with someone who cares about you, then they'll carry some of that pain too. You won't have to shoulder it alone. That someone is me, by the way. In case it wasn't obvious.
God damn it. She smiled softly.
I do want you to know me. To know about them. My family. Life was hard, but I loved them so much.
Loved. Fuck. Loved.
It was just me, my mom, and my little sister. That was my bubble. We lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. We learned to do a lot with the little. Cooking nice meals out of subpar food. Dressing up in old worn-out clothes.
That's why she knows how to...
Reenacting our favorite books when we couldn't read because the power was out again and there was no light. Our mom was a factory worker, so she had to go out every day to earn money for us so that we could at least survive. When she started showing symptoms, we sent her home. She tried to protect us.
Yeah.
She stayed in her room, but we still went in. Always trying to get her to eat or drink. Giving her aspirin to keep down that awful fever. She kept telling us to stop coming in. We called for an ambulance already, but we were still on the waiting list. And what were we supposed to do? Leave her to die alone in her room? Well, she did die. My sister was with her when it happened. But I was out in the kitchen making us all something to eat. I can't even remember what it was.
A tear ran down Mallory's cheek.
By the time it was our turn for the ambulance to come, it was only to take away a body. My sister and I, we didn't know what to do. How were we going to be able to buy food or pay for electricity? We were at the mercy of companies already struggling to produce anything. Factories in the middle of shutdowns due to waves of sickness. And it just seemed hopeless. But, you know, we had learned about people living outside the cities. Smaller communities living off the land instead of trying to survive the old way. We thought, if that was real, maybe we should just leave the city behind. Somehow figure out a way to be like those people. Like you.
I nodded. For a long time, I'd wondered why anyone had ever chosen to stay in the cities. Eventually, I realized not everyone was lucky enough to have inherited an off-grid cabin, like I did. I couldn't imagine the impossibility of getting started from scratch. The old way became the new way. Mallory gripped the edges of her sweater dress so tightly she trembled.
About a week after our mom died, my sister gave me some laundry she just finished washing. She asked me to hang it out on the balcony to dry. And while I did that, she locked me outside.
No!
I thought it was a prank at first, but she wouldn't let me in.
She
I got
was
upset.
sick.
I was banging on the door, yelling at her through the glass to open up. She told me she couldn't because she was sick. She'd started developing symptoms the night before, and she
It's
struggled
cruel,
with it
but
all
like...
night and all morning.
Oh my lord, I get why she did it.
I begged her to open the door. She refused. She said there was no safe way for us to stay together. Our mother's attempts to protect us hadn't worked. So my sister decided to take drastic action while she could.
My heart sank like a stone with every word she spoke.
She locked you out to save you.
Mallory nodded slowly.
We both cried, looking at each other from opposite sides of the glass, while she begged me to go. So, I did.
Baby, you gotta go punch some balls.
I climbed down the fire escape and just started walking. I wandered along the river
And that's how she
up
got
the
here.
suburbs into the woods. I didn't have anywhere to go, so I just kept on going. Eventually, I was heading up the mountain, totally lost, and that's when I found this place.
It's so recent, too. I shook my head, completely at a loss for words. I never could have imagined that this was her tale. Even when she first came to me, bleeding and rain-drenched, she'd been bright, kind, and helpful. I know, game. Fuck you, game. Ah. Then I remembered the quiet little sobs I heard after turning my back. The way she sometimes seemed so far away, and I wanted to wrap her up in my arms and hold her so tight that no more grief could touch her. She turned and smiled at me. No, fuck you, don't. It's okay to be sad. She turned and smiled at me through her tears. I realized how good she was putting on that brave, optimistic face.
I still think that maybe, somehow my sister's
Hug
okay.
her now. Oh god, I wish I could.
Maybe she called for help and they came in time and found room for her in a hospital ward, and she's fine right now to pull
Crashed.
through. I wonder if this was fate all along. I found you, and you taught me all these things. And we're all going to be just fine.
Stunned by her words, I slid off the couch, knelt before her. My body acted on its own. Relieved that she was safe, here with me, I took her hands in mine to reassure her.
I think you're right. I think it was fate. Because as much as you needed someone like me, I needed someone like you even more.
Fuck you, game. I felt like I was drowning in her eyes. The rain was beating down outside, roaring louder as gusts of wind sent torrents crashing against the cabin. I felt this closeness with her, and I hungered for more. More talking, more banter, more laughter, more time, more touching, more everything. Through the noise of the rain, I heard the pot of stew I'd left on the stove starting to bubble.
I should check that.
Mallory wiped her tears as I got up and returned to the kitchen. The stew had thawed and heated through quite nicely, especially considering I'd left it unattended for so long. Imagine how awkward it would have been to serve her burnt food after that whole talk, snorted my brain. I brought Mallory a bowl. She thanked me. We sat and ate and talked a little, the conversation growing lighter as the cabin darkened. The storm kept on and on outside, and soon rolling claps of thunder were shaking the sky. Mallory's face grew paler as the noise grew. She set her empty bowl aside and shifted uncomfortably, eyes glistening.
It's gotten pretty late. I guess we should go to sleep.
Are you okay?
Oh, totally. I just feel a little on edge during storms, that's all. No big deal. It's really, really fine.
Okay. Well, there's the crank flashlight on the desk over by the door, if you feel like you need some backup light. And you know I'm just upstairs.
Fuck her. Just let her sleep with the bed with you. You don't have to have sex. Just keep her
Good
safe.
night, Mallory.
Invite her to our milk, right? Climbed upstairs, got undressed, crawled into bed. I stared at the ceiling as rain pounded the window beside me, wind howling down over the mountain range. Or go down there! Sleep on the floor while she sleeps on the couch or something. Oh my... Just be with her. Dude! I thought about everything Mallory had told me. Everything that happened between us over the past few days. I turned off the light. Slowly I drifted towards sleep. Less and less aware of the flashes of lightning and booming thunder. Yeah, but she can't sleep through that. I started to dream without fully realizing it. Imagining that my old house cat, Fidget, had crawled into the bed with me. Imagining that my bed was floating on ocean waves. A crack of thunder, louder than the rest, and a squeal coming from somewhere very close woke me. Go to her, go to her, go to her, go to her. This is fine too. Mallory peered at me from beneath my own blankets. For a moment, I thought it was a dream, but no, I could feel her there beside me, trembling.
I'm sorry. I lied and I'm
It's
not
fine,
fine.
it's fine, it's fine.
Don't like thunder. I just get so scared. I can't help it.
Hold her as fucking tight as you can. The tremors in her voice were even worse than in her body. I suspected the storm had made her a little uneasy, but I had no idea she'd been fighting down this much terror. I sat up, reaching for her, my only instinct to comfort and protect. That's when I remembered I was in my underwear. Maybe she wouldn't notice.
It's okay. It's
Never
only
let her
noise.
go.
It'll be over soon.
She nuzzled into me, sniffling. Her face was red. Moisture glistened on her face. Her chest. She was sweating and crying, and her heart pounded so hard I could feel it through the mattress.
I don't want to sleep alone tonight.
Fucking hold her, my dude. Thank God she has permission.
Okay. It's okay.
Hold her. I stopped short in disbelief of how much my mindset had changed. How had I gone from refusing to be anywhere near her to this? She was in my bed. We were breathing each other's air, and I hadn't even checked her temperature. Fuck
I want
the
to
temperature.
stay with you.
Fucking hell, dude. Just like... She whispered this, touching my hand, her eyes pleading with me. She was so beautiful. All I wanted to do in that moment was kiss her. Slowly, I leaned in and brushed my lips against hers. A moment later, she kissed me back. We looked at each other again, and my arms tightened around her.
I want you to stay with me too.
Fucking finally! She shifted closer to me, resting her head on the pillow next to me. She sniffled, giving me a soft smile as I stroked her hair.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you for
you
being
make
you.
me feel so safe.
I watched Mallory's eyes fall shut. Her breathing became deep and slow, and as though she'd fallen asleep, that little smile never faded. Yes! The emote combos. I kept stroking her hair. It felt so soft between my fingers. I was hypnotized. How had I lived all alone for so long? How had I not known what I was missing? As the storm gradually retreated, it grew darker and quieter. I struggled to keep my eyes open. Maybe I was a little afraid that if I let myself fall asleep, I'd wake up to find this was all a dream. Fuck you, game. Fuck you, game. Fuck you, game. But eventually, I fell asleep anyway. Integration. Oh my god, is she like gonna be part of their life now? Oh my god, let's go. Load faster. The next morning, I want to save just in case, like, game crashes or whatever. The storm had passed, leaving only a damp, drizzly day behind. I kept my eyes closed and listened. I could hear the faint sound of the rain dripping from the downspout along the house. I stretched out my arms. The bed around me was empty and cold. Waifu for life. Mallory was gone, but I knew she'd been there because I could still feel her on my skin. The cabin felt extra chilly. I got out of bed, dressed up warm, pulling on a pair of worn-out slippers. I made my way downstairs. Right away, I spotted Mallory in the kitchen, and I felt my face break into a smile. She had a bucket and a bunch of rags out. She seemed to be cleaning quite furiously with a cloth and spray bottle in hand.
Good morning.
She startled upright, fumbling and dropping the spray bottle. It clattered on the floor at her feet.
You scared me.
Sorry. I guess these slippers add +1 to my sneak ability.
Nerd. I say that though. Mallory bent to pick up the bottle. When she stood back up, I noticed how red her cheeks were and how the rest of her face looked almost sickly pale. No. Farrell banging my desk.
Are you feeling okay?
She quickly averted her gaze.
I'm fine. I just got dizzy from standing up so quickly.
Please check her. I don't want her to be sick. I didn't think I really believed her. She was feeling awkward, maybe even hiding something. Had I done something to make her uncomfortable? I looked around at the sparkling kitchen, the cabinets, appliances, dishes all gleaming like new.
You must have woken up really early to get this much work done. Did you get enough sleep?
What's that? Oh, yes I did.
Then her face softened, her tone turned sincere.
I think last night was the best sleep I've ever had.
My heart fluttered with acknowledgement and with the memory of falling asleep with her in my arms.
Good. I agree.
Where's the patch? She nodded and turned back to finish up her chores in the kitchen. I decided to check in with work stuff, so I booted up my computer. There were only a handful of emails needing attention. I handled those and glanced through my work deadlines, making sure I was still on track with each of my freelance jobs. For whatever reason, I wasn't finding it easy to focus. I kept glancing out the window, then zoning out as I watched the dribbling rain. It really shallowed, no signs of stopping. I noticed an empty glass I'd left on the table outside was filled to the brim with rainwater. The soaked wooden planks of the deck looked dark like caramel. For all that cleaning, I'd rather make a mess out of it. I thought about the coming winter. I'd have to show Mallory how to protect the garden, the hens, and the bees when the colder weather came. And then there were all the fun things we could do together. I wondered if she'd ever gone tobogganing. How do you read that? Because I know it's toboggan, but like tobogganing before, or had a bonfire out in the snow. If I could find somewhere online to buy marshmallows and order them right away, they might get dropped off sometimes in the water. Sounds right. Okay. No. Fuck you, game. There came a sudden clatter and thud from the kitchen. I jumped, nearly knocking my coffee mug off the desk.
Mallory?
She didn't answer. I stood up quickly, walking over to see what had happened. My throat tightened when I looked past the counter. Mallory lay sprawled on the floor, her cheeks red and beads of sweat gleaming on her forehead. Her eyes were closed, her head gently lolling to the side.
Mallory!
I rushed to her side, dropping to my knees, propping her up in my arms. The touch of her skin warmed my hands. She was burning up. A groan left her lips, her eyes fluttered.
Mallory,
open.
are you okay?
No, she's not. Hey there, why are you on the floor? Her gaze seemed to drift past me, as though she was having a hard time focusing.
You must have fainted. I knew something wasn't right. Why didn't you tell me?
I'm fine. It was just a sudden dizzy spell.
Don't fucking dizzy spell me.
That's probably it.
No. But I could feel her body starting to tremble. Her skin felt fever hot, and yet there were goosebumps on her arms and legs. Shit. My only instinct now was to make sure she was okay. I lifted her up off the floor.
Oh my, what are you doing? Put me down!
Shut up, I'm taking care of you. I quickly carried her over to the couch, put her down there. I covered her in blankets, stuck her in tightly, my face set with grim determination. I brushed her hair back to feel her forehead, ignored the anxious way my stomach clenched. I darted back into the kitchen, grabbed the temperature scanner from the drawer, returned to Mallory's side.
Honestly, I'm fine.
No,
I probably just
no.
overworked my...
Not buying it.
I held up the scanner. It seemed to take forever and ever to come up with a reading, and when it did, my heart sank.
You definitely have a fever.
Mallory seemed to shrink under the blankets. Seeing her like this, looking so helpless and uncertain, made my heart feel like it was being painfully squeezed.
Is it your leg? Let me look at it. Maybe you've developed an infection.
A cabin fever, yeah.
When did you start feeling sick? This morning? We can get your temperature under control with some aspirin, no worries. And then we'll go from there.
I didn't know when I had started to pace, but there I was, heading this way and that, making my way over to the kitchen to search for whatever it was that could help her. I filled a glass with water, reached up into my cupboards for the aspirin bottle, grateful to have kept the supply. Except it wasn't there. Where was it? Had I missed... No, wait. Was she like taking it just to hide or something? Maybe Mallory had put it away somewhere else by mistake. I brought her the glass of water anyway, used a damp cloth to cool her forehead.
Shh. Just relax and let me take care of you for a minute, okay?
She opened her mouth to argue, probably but backed down when she saw the look in my eyes. I moved to her feet, pushed back the blanket to expose her injured leg. I carefully unwrapped the gauze and peeled back the bandages to see what was going on. There was bruising around the wound. It was still a bit swollen, but then it had only been a few days. The healing process for something like this would take weeks.
I should be keeping a closer eye on this.
I shook my head.
Drink your water, okay? And you should have something to eat. What would you like?
I'm not really hungry. I just feel a bit tired.
No, you need something.
I'm sure I'll feel good as new if I just have a little nap.
No. I let out a concerned sigh, but agreed. After tucking her in a little tighter, I crossed back into the kitchen, stood there aimlessly for a minute to cook something. I didn't know what to do. Make her a pot of soup, said my brain. Good idea, brain.
Carrots, onions, celery, potatoes.
Potatoes.
Potatoes? Oh no, of course I don't have potatoes.
I muttered to myself as I searched my kitchen for ingredients, then began roughly chopping what I had. There was some rice in the pantry, I knew, and some peas in the freezer. Soon I was dipping my soup ingredients into a pot with a shower of salt and dried parsley. I covered all of it with a stock I had made from chicken bones and veggie scraps, then set it to simmer. No potatoes. When I crept back over to check on Mallory, I found her deeply asleep. I exchanged a damp cloth on her forehead, piled more blankets around her, then just sat and watched her, feeling dismayed. Deep down, I knew what this could be. But I didn't want to think about that. If I had to think about it, I didn't want to believe it. If I had every reason to believe it, no. I stood up and returned to the kitchen, gave the bubbling soup a stir, remembered the aspirin. I started searching for it again, checking each of the drawers and cabinets. Searching the bathroom, living room, even getting down on my knees to see if it rolled beneath some furniture. That's when I spotted it, hidden beneath the couch where Mallory was resting. I reached under the couch, grabbed the bottle, feeling an immense dread began to form within me. Already I could tell by the weight of the bottle, the silence as I turned it. I had to see it to believe it. Popped off the cap, looked inside. The bottle was empty. At least 20, maybe 30 tablets gone in less than a week. I looked up at Mallory's sleeping face. I jumped at the loud thwack on the window. Irrationally, I wondered if someone had thrown a rock. It was more likely the bird had flown into the glass, especially considering how clean it had been since Mallory came to stay. I went to the window to check. Sure enough, a large black bird lay dead on the porch. It appeared to have snapped its neck when it hit the window.
Mallory would hate to see that.
I glanced back at her, a little worried I'd wake her up by talking to myself. But even the loud noise of the bird hitting the window hadn't caused her to stir. In that moment, I realized I was still clutching the empty aspirin bottle. I looked down at it. She must have been taking them. Yes! But why? For the pain in her leg? Some other ailment? Something else? She was trying to hide it. She was trying to hide it. An overwhelming sense of frustration must over me in that moment. Without thinking, my hands squeezed the bottle so tightly that it broke. I threw the broken bottle in the trash, stormed outside to deal with the dead bird's body. It wasn't until the evening that Mallory woke up. She started coughing right away, even as she sat up, clutching the blankets close to herself.
Huh? What time is it?
Why?
Don't get up.
Why?
At least not so fast. Let me help you.
I stood in the kitchen, tending the soup that had been keeping warm for hours. Mallory looked around groggily, rubbing her eyes.
But it's nighttime. Why did you let me sleep so long? I only wanted to rest for an hour or so.
That's not what your body wanted. I'm glad you got some rest anyway. It was clearly much needed.
Though I told her not to move yet, she bundled the blankets around her and made her way over to the kitchen.
Hi.
She leaned against the support beam. Her cheeks were still red, her eyelids looked heavy. The way she wrapped the blanket around herself made her resemble a colorful turtle, with her long slender arms poking out to hold onto the beam.
How do you feel?
My muscles are a bit achy, but I don't feel cold anymore. I think all the blankets you piled on top of me helped.
I nodded and turned my attention back to the stove. I wanted to ask about the aspirin, but I was nervous.
Wait, are you cooking?
She took a step towards me, trying to peer into the pot, then wobbled and had to return to the support beam. It looked as though she barely had any strength to stand. I bit my tongue, not wanting to be overbearing, and get her to sit back down by offering her some food.
I am. It's ready to eat now. Go have a seat and I'll bring you a bowl.
I half expected her to argue, to insist she could get her own bowl or that I should sit while she served me, but instead she just backed away and went to sit at the table. I'd get sick with her so we can go together.
It looks really good. Thank you for making it.
That's very... Wait, what's the thing? Romeo and Juliet of you.
My pleasure. I bet you thought I had no cooking skills. Well, it's finally my time to shine.
She got sick. I got some scars. She laughed
I look
half-heartedly.
forward to seeing what you're capable of, Cooking Senpai.
She folded her blanket neatly over the chair beside her, then placed her arms on the table to form a pillow for her head. She sat with her head down until I set a bowl of soup beside her.
Oh, that looks so wonderful.
She leaned over the steaming bowl with her eyes closed, holding back her hair as she breathed it slowly.
I use lots of spices.
It just hit me, cabin
Make all the
fever.
difference in flavoring a dish.
I gave her a little wink and she smiled. Like, the moment they were talking about aspirin, like, my brain instantly went, oh shit, that's why it's cabin fever.
Bon appetit.
We both raised steaming spoonfuls of soup, blowing on them softly. Only Mallory's exhalation turned raspy, hitched, and she started to cough. She dropped her spoon back into the bowl, held a hand to her throat. She drew a deep breath, looking dismayed.
I'm so sorry.
Bon appetit.
Too spicy?
No, I can't. I don't know why.
Mallory tried her best to stifle the coughs with little success. A nervous laugh came out of my mouth.
Those autumn allergies are so annoying, am I right?
She didn't answer. She was breathing very slowly, focusing very hard on bringing a spoonful of soup to her mouth. She slurped it, and honestly, she looked like she wanted to throw up.
That bad?
No, I...
She was racked with another coughing fit. Her chest seemed to rattle with each breath. I couldn't stand seeing her like this. I went to her, rubbing her back as I pushed a glass of water into her hands.
Here, drink some.
She nodded and clutched the glass hard, trying her best to drink while her chest heaved. A minute later, after she'd managed to take a few sips, she was able to breathe a little more easily.
I'm so... sorry. I can't seem to...
No,
Stop.
yeah, just...
You don't have
if you
to be
need to
sorry.
cough, you just... Tears began to roll down her face. They splashed onto the table and turned her neglected soup bowl.
What if...
More tears dropped from her eyes. More coughs rattled in her
You
chest.
don't have to worry. Everything will be okay. All you need to do is rest and let me take care of you. This will pass.
I think I maybe just want to lie down.
Okay? I'll help you upstairs to the bed. You'll be extra comfy there.
She gave a small nod. Her eyes were puffy and red as she gathered up her blankets in her arms. We headed for the stairs. I walked with her, taking the steps one at a time, holding her in case she lost her balance. Her skin felt even hotter, burning me even through her sleeve. She needed a fever reducer, that was certain. I made a mental note to check when the new bottle of aspirin I'd ordered would arrive. My love, you're in good hands. Once we'd made it to the upper floor, Mallory pushed me away and started coughing into her blankets, doubling over and trying to muffle the sound of her pain. I unfurled the bed covers and helped her climb in, straightening out her collection of blankets and putting all the covers up over her.
All these blankets are so heavy. I can barely move.
Dude has not a sentence. They ran out, cause like she was sick. He found the bottle, and it was empty. And we don't know how, but the suspicion is she's been taking them secretly.
Good. That means you're tucked in, safe and sound.
I brushed her hair back, tracing the side of her burning face with my fingertips.
I'm going to get you some water and things. And then I'll be back, okay?
I hurried back downstairs, started loading up a tray with water, a few damp face cloths, and her uneaten bowl of soup. I wanted to have it right there beside her the minute she had an appetite. When is the new bottle arriving? You don't know yet. But of course, that wouldn't be enough. I racked my brain for anything I had in the house to help drive down her fever. Then it hit me. My mother used to talk about the healing properties of basil and garlic. I couldn't quite recall the specifics, but it was something. I had both of those items growing in my home. New bottle ETA next year! No! I rushed over to the kitchen to fill the kettle with water. While that was coming up to boil, I darted into the aquaponics room. There were 4 medium-sized basils sitting happily under their grow lights, waiting for me to harvest their emerald petals. In that moment, my heart inflated twice its size, full of joy that I might finally be able to do something to help soothe Mallory's pain. Fuck you game, fuck you game, fuck you game. I plucked a handful of leaves from all the basil plants, which were different strains, but I didn't think it would matter. Next, I dug out some garlic, extracted a homemade jar of honey that was sitting on the back shelf. Looking around at all the plants and fish, I did one last scan in case there was anything else I could use. On impulse, I spotted a bright red hibiscus flower in bloom, plucked it. The lone flower had an unusually bright color amongst all the other dark leafy greens. Dashing back to the kitchen, I added the garlic, basil, and honey to the boiling water. The concoction probably wouldn't taste very good, but I hoped it would soothe her throat and help her with her cough. I delicately placed the flower on the tray, along with a mug of freshly brewed tea. The smell was overpowering. Maybe she wouldn't be able to smell it. Ascending the stairs, I could hear Mallory coughing. She wasn't trying to stifle it anymore. I paused on the steps, waiting for her to finish letting it out. A small groan followed the coughing fit. I climbed the rest of the way up the stairs, plastering what I hoped was an optimistic expression onto my face.
Hey, I'm back. And I brought you your soup, in case you have an appetite. Also, some tea that should help with that cough.
She pulled up the covers close to her face in a poor attempt to hide herself. Potion seller, I need your strongest potion. I rested the tray next to the bed and placed one of the damp cloths on her forehead. In the dim light of the bedside lamp, I could see trickles of sweat on her face, neck, and breasts.
Thank you, but you're doing too much for me.
Shut up.
Please, it doesn't feel like enough. Isn't there anything else I can get for you?
Her expression turned into a perplexed one for a moment. Then she forced a little smile.
Well, now that you mention it, I could use some tissues.
Ah, right. I've got some in this drawer here. Ta-da!
She took the packets of tissues, turned her face away, coughing a wet, guttural cough. Shut up, let's take care of you.
Why are you so determined to take care of me?
What do you mean? Of course I want to take care of you. Her gaze was filled with hope and confusion. I took her hand in mine and gave it a small squeeze.
You would do the same for me, wouldn't you?
Her lips parted and eyes opened wide. She gave me a soundless nod of reassurance.
It's a no-brainer. I care about you and want you to feel better. It's as simple as that.
I want you to be better, silly. There was a long silence between us then, exchanging our knowing looks with gentle hand squeezes. I thought about the aspirin, the 20 or 30 pills that had disappeared from the space of a few days. Because first of all, we love you. Second of all, it's good.
I found the aspirin bottle, by the way.
Disease growth, I know. She gasped, pulling back her hand from mine to cover her face.
I'm so sorry. I should have said something sooner.
Please stop hiding things from me.
I mean, yeah, you should have. Was it for your leg? To stop it hurting? Or did you know you were developing a fever? You know what? It doesn't matter. I placed an order for more. It should be here tomorrow or the next day, I think. I want you to know that I'm grateful to have you here. And I care about you very much.
Parting her fingers to let her eyes peek through, she slowly lowered her defenses.
I don't want to be sick.
I don't want you to be sick either.
I know.
I don't want you to get sick.
I'm not worried about that.
You can't be near me. You need to stay away.
I stretched out next to her on the bed, my face resting close to hers.
I'm staying right here, by your side, no matter what.
Let's go, MC! She turned to look at the tray of soup with the water and tea beside it.
What a pretty flower. Where did it come from?
She reached over to gently pick up the scarlet blossom.
From my fish garden, or whatever you called it. It must have opened up today. I don't remember seeing it when I fed the fish yesterday.
Software, stretching.
A hibiscus. They only bloom for a short while, so we're lucky we got to see it.
She lay there with her eyes closed with the flower pressed to her nose.
The petals make a wonderful tea. I'll make you some with the other blossoms, if you like.
Mallory opened her eyes but didn't look at me. She was staring into space, deep in thought.
What is it?
Oh, nothing. The rain sounds nice. I think it's making me sleepy.
I didn't quite believe that. It seemed like there was something she didn't want to say. But I couldn't push her now.
That's perfectly alright. You have sweet dreams now.
Good night.
I lay there watching her breathe, counting the minutes between each coughing fit, resting my hand on her burning chest so I could feel her heartbeat. I had been somewhere like this before. My parents. I had tried my best to care for them when they were sick. I'd been so afraid, but I hadn't gotten sick. A part of me almost wondered, even hoped, that I might be immune. That thought in the back of my mind hadn't eased my fear of strangers, of Mallory, when she first appeared in my life. But now I didn't care. Either way, all I wanted was for her to get better. Eventually, I drifted off to sleep too. Why is it called infection, game? Why is it called infection? In the dead of night, something woke me up. The sound of the wind, an animal, whatever it was, it had pulled me up out of some dream. I sat up and listened. The night was quiet now. Nothing but just enemies. Nothing but crickets and white noise. I realized I need to pee. I'm not ready for this chapter. Carefully, so as not to wake Mallory, I got out of bed. I headed downstairs to the bathroom, half asleep in the dark. Once I was done, I went to the kitchen for some water. I stood by the window with my glass, looking out at the sleeping world. She better not die. I wasn't used to being awake at this hour. It was a little eerie. I glanced up at the dark loft where Mallory slept. For a while, her coughing had kept her and me awake, but I'd rub her back until we both drifted off. Thankfully, she was sleeping peacefully now, getting the rest she needed. Worry made my stomach feel sick and my chest feel hollow.
There's no way I'm getting back to sleep now.
I paced back and forth for a minute, dragging my hands across my face. I needed a distraction, something to shut down my brain, or at least get rid of this nervous energy. Shaking my head, I went to my desk, dropped into my chair. Computers were usually pretty distracting. I turned on the monitor, pulled out my keyboard. It was a membrane keyboard, so I didn't have to worry about making too much noise with my typing. There were more emails waiting in my inbox. One was from a colleague who worked out of Vietnam. The time difference would have meant it was late in the afternoon over there, so she was probably wrapping up her workday as I sat there in the darkest hour of night. The subject line read, "Remedy redistribution underway." Just reading it made my blood boil. I was so sick of these empty promises. And for what? Read. I opened the email anyway, thinking maybe I could find whoever started the file forwarding chain, send them a piece of my mind. Then my curiosity was piqued. No creamy keyboard SMR. The body of the email had surprisingly official-looking Global Health Authority logo at its top. There were multiple language options. I scrolled to the appropriate section, started to read.
Public notice. The worldwide distribution of R Pandavax
Read the
is
spam
underway.
every time.
Please read on for information on how and where to seek treatment. Patients who receive R
Pandavax.
Pandavax have a 96% chance of recovering, up from the 45% seen with traditional medical intervention. Right, I wish. Our Pandavax rollouts are now taking place with med tents being set up outside major hospital locations in the countries and cities listed below. Symptomatic individuals should visit their nearest med tent as soon as possible for assessment and hospital admission.
Hang on. This couldn't be real, could it? I scanned on the list, and I saw it. The name of RC.
Is this actually real? Our Pandavax treatment will be administered free of charge with identification requirements relaxed by emergency order. Our Pandavax may also have a preventative effect, and individuals who have not been infected may opt to receive an immunizing dose.
I scrolled up, down, searching the screen for some evidence that this was fake, a scam, a lie. I pulled up the internet and searched R Pandavax. At least 100 articles came up, all posted within the last 24 hours, bulletins from different news sources, statements from researchers, schedules being
Mallory!
shared. I called up toward the loft, my voice shaking like crazy, my gaze not leaving the screen. I stood up, tremors running through my whole
Mallory,
body.
it's real! Mallory, we have to go now!
I was dashing up the stairs, staggering toward the bed, ready to pick her up and carry her out of the cabin if I had to. We're combining DNA technology, let's go! I couldn't believe this. I couldn't believe our luck. I felt like a dream. Could it really be real? I reached across the bed for her and she wasn't there.
Mallory?
It's gonna be in time, right? Right. Please, please, please. I looked around the dark room wildly.
Mallory!
The cabin remained silent. My heart pounded. Where was she? I raced back down the stairs, calling out again and again as I searched the cabin, throwing open the door to the aquaponics room, the bathroom, the storage room, frantic. Where was she? That's when I noticed something resting on the kitchen table. A small notebook left open. I went over and picked it up. The top page had a note written in purple ink. A lump formed in my throat, my stomach twisted.
We both know I have it. My only hope is that it's not too late. That I haven't passed it
She's
to you.
doing the same thing her sister did.
Because I want you to carry on with your life. Don't worry about me. I'm going back home to find out what happened to my sister. Whatever the answer is, I'm comforted to know we'll see each other again soon. I hope you know I would have stayed with you forever.
Then why didn't you?
But I'm thankful we had the time that we did.
Why didn't you?
Love, Mallory.
I stared at the letter. No, I had only just been laying in bed next to her. I only just found out that I might actually be able to help her. I have no life without you. And how she was gone. I crumpled the paper in my hand, forming a tight fist. In that moment, I was ready to put a hole through my wall. My heart was racing. I couldn't think straight. I had to go after her. She couldn't have made it far, not with her leg, and how sick she was. I was determined to find her, convince her to come back, convince her that she would be together for whatever the circumstances. She needed to know how I felt about her, how much she meant to me. I raced to get dressed, throwing on a sweater, first pair of pants I found, shoving my feet into some shoes and grabbing the crank power flashlight off the side table. There wasn't time to think, I just had to move. I burst through the front door, out on the porch, nearly tripping down the steps before racing across the muddy lawn, my feet splashing in puddles. I was panting, sprinting, almost blindly through the dark in whatever direction I thought Mallory might have gone. I was through the garden, over the hill, nearing the woods when... Fuck. Suddenly, I slammed against the ground. Pain shot through me. It took me a moment to get my bearings and understand what happened. The trap. How the hell? But no, I completely forgot about moving it. How did I let this happen? I knew it. I sighed against the ground, getting my teeth. I couldn't let this slow me down. Because he moved it. Yeah, because I moved it. I gathered the strength to push myself up and look back at my foot. It was my foot that had been caught, and at a strange angle. I could only assume it was because of the way I'd been running so fast, practically flying over the sloping ground. I twisted and reached to release the trap, which took a few tries. Finally, I was able to scramble away, stand up, but the pain in my foot was excruciating. No time to deal with that now. I continued down the path, limping heavily and bleeding into my shoe, calling Mallory's name. Goodbye, Achilles tendon. Yeah, that's a very bad angle to get it. As I made my way, I shoved my hand into my sweater pocket, pulled out the flashlight, the same one that had held me to Mallory the first night. I immediately started cranking it, hoping against hope that it would lead me to her again. But as I entered the trees, I stopped, hesitating. Mallory's note said she was headed back to the city to check on her sister. Most likely she'd taken the footpath through the woods, the path she'd taken to get here in the first place. I may be able to catch up with her if I followed, but it depended on how much of a head start she had. If I followed the old driveways instead, I'd eventually make it to the highway. It was a longer path, but a more straightforward one. If I could manage to flag down a car, get a ride, then I might even reach the city before Mallory did. Crank that, soldier boy! I had to pick quickly. Fuck! Cause like, it doesn't matter if we get there before her, but she's not there. 16 p.m. Let's go. Continue through the trees. Both options seemed so risky. I took my chances and started down the footpath into the woods. Already I could barely walk. My shoe felt tight and wet. I show myself, especially on the rugged forest floor. I shone the flashlight back and forth across the ground in the trees, avoiding falling branches and jutting rocks. The thought of Mallory being out here alone, sickly and without any light, terrified me. I knew I wasn't moving fast enough. I tried to pick up the pace, ignoring the throbbing pain in my foot, breathing hard through my nose. A sudden glimmer caught my eye. I turned, pointing the beam of light toward whatever I'd seen. Bro, me isn't yours. But the motion was clumsy and I lost my balance. My pant leg caught a... Fuck this pant leg. Caught a jutting branch as I fell. I felt the fabric tear. The flashlight beam showed me the white tail of a deer, startled by my fall, dashing away into the darkness. I managed to catch myself by grabbing a tree, but even leaning heavily against it, shivering cold, with the flashlight beginning to dim, my foot going numb, everything seemed hopeless. My heart ached to be back at home, back with her, just a few hours earlier. That's where I wanted to be. I strained myself up, stepping back onto the path. Tears clouded my vision. I blinked them away. That was when I noticed the rip in my pant leg. These were the same pants I'd been wearing the night I met Mallory. I had torn them coming into the cabin. The tear had been fixed with a heart patch. I remembered Mallory taking that box of clothes, seeing her later with a needle and thread as she worked to stitch chips, rips, and fasten buttons. She hadn't just mended these pants, she embroidered them, left a sweet token of herself, her ability to love and care for others. My heart swelled and ached. All I wanted to do was cry. Why did this have to happen? Why did I have to lose everyone I ever dared to love? No, I refused to accept it. I stood up, my determination to find her renewed. Such huge patches too, but my body wouldn't comply with my head. I wasn't just my foot now. It was most of my leg, numb, full of pins and needles, interspersed with pain. Each stab knocking my knee out of place, sending me staggering. I wasn't going fast enough. I couldn't go fast enough. I held onto trees, used them to drag myself forwards, too dizzy even to look even where I was going. Slowly, pale sea lights grew visible through the bush. Sky was starting to lighten.
Mallory!
I called for her, but my voice came out weak and dry. Coughed and groaned. Felt like I'd never catch up to her. I'd never find her. But there, rising up before me, was the city. Finally, I reached the city. The sun wasn't up yet. The streets were dim, mostly empty. I looked so much more decrepit than I imagined. The buildings were totally overgrown. There were broken windows, crumbling bricks. Roads were all cracked apart. Here and there, bits of keep your distant tape fluttered forgotten. The people who were left did not need to be reminded. There was a lot of vandalism too. I walked past one dusty-looking grocery store which had 3 people lined up outside, each of them wearing a heavy-duty mask, spaced at least 8 feet apart from one another. I couldn't imagine how tough it must have been for Mallory and her family living here, trying to stay safe, surviving in a rundown dump like this. Mallory had said she lived at the top of the tallest building on a street near the planetarium. Thank God I had asked her enough questions to know that. If she was heading back to find her sister, that's where she'd be going. What she had even made it that far? I wondered what the chances were that she'd ended up at a medical center, either on her own or because someone had decided to help her. After all, if the news bulletin I'd received was true, then she might actually be able to receive treatment. Planetarium. I didn't think Mallory would let anything get in the way of her going home. She was determined to find out what had happened to her sister, so that was where my search had to take me. I reached back into my memory, trying to get my bearings, figure out which way to go. The planetarium was closer, through the river. I knew that. I stared down the street in that direction. My head was spinning. I couldn't feel my foot anymore, but I kept on going, leaving bloody shoe prints behind me. Hope was the only thing keeping me going. I don't think this will end happy. God damn it. I treaded over the rubble in the streets, passing broken hazard signs and empty storefronts, unable to stop myself from imagining the riots that must have taken place here years ago. When the top of the old planetarium building came into view, I sprinted the rest of the way. I looked at the buildings surrounding that one, which was the apartment building where Mallory lived. I scanned all the windows, balconies in sight, looking for some sign of her. I turned in a circle, searching every street corner and bus stop I could see. It was like a ghost town. I tipped my head back to call out for Mallory. That's when I caught sight of a purple figure on the rooftop overhead.
Mallory! Mallory! Don't move! I'm coming!
I didn't even know if she could hear me. I just hurried as fast as my body could let me. She better not die, because if she does, I'm gonna have to drink myself to sleep. I was building to the fire escape. A dry, rattling feeling was building up in my chest. I could hardly breathe. I reached the top of the fire escape, hauled myself up to the roof where I was sure I'd seen Mallory. I looked around for her. For a moment, my body ceased all functions, and I could actually feel my heart skip a beat. Where was she?
Mallory!
A cool breeze blew past. All I could do was stand there for a few moments, processing everything that was happening.
I'm here.
Yes, yes. I tried to find the start of that small, weak voice. There she was, at the opposite edge of the rooftop, her delicate frame backlit by gently rising sun. Dark hollows hung under her eyes and in her cheeks. She trembled, barely able to hold herself upright.
Why are you here?
Why the fuck do you think I'm here? She didn't look at me as she spoke, and my throat felt like it was twisting shut.
Your letter. I found it, and I couldn't just let you go.
She listened and continued to gaze out on the cityscape, avoiding eye contact with me.
You shouldn't be here. It's dangerous for you to be close to me.
It's more dangerous for me to be away from you. She was so out of breath. I approached her slowly, terrified that she would just float away. Bro, still
It doesn't
bleeding.
matter to me now. I care about you too much.
Fuck you, game. Fuck you, game. Fuck you, game.
I love you, Mallory.
She turned her face, finally giving me a weak smile.
You dummy. I love you too. That's why I had to leave.
Fuck you, game. She swayed then, as though turning to look at me and made me her dizzy, and her body dipped towards the ledge. I lunged, panicked, grabbed her Mallory's narrow arms. In one swift movement, I pulled her onto myself, redirected the shifting weight to have her fall into my arms. Gently, I helped her lay down. Her cheeks were blood red, her skin like fire. She struggled to keep her eyes open.
I don't have much time
Don't
left.
say that. We can go to the hospital.
Maybe you're just...
She Julietting to his Romeo.
No, Mallory, you don't understand. There's a treatment. There's a treatment, and it's right here in the city, and I love you. Don't you see? I could have saved you. Why did you have to run away from me?
She managed to look up at me, her eyes sparkling more than ever.
There's a cure?
Yes.
My sister wasn't home. Do you think maybe she managed to get the cure?
If we're gonna find her, we're gonna find her there, so let's just go. My shoulders rounded as I fought back tears. Of course, Mallory wouldn't even think of herself.
And you. You can get it too.
We can both get it
was
together.
Selfish of me to stay with you. I should have known.
No, don't start that.
Let's just fucking go. She paused, sputtering and coughing weakly. Then she tried to smile, but tears washed across her eyes instead. Go to the hospital!
Promise me you'll take the cure.
We'll take it together.
I don't want to die knowing I made you sick.
I just don't want you to die. Period. Her eyes began to close. I could tell she was starting to fade.
No, Mallory! I
Get
don't
a
want you to
cover
go!
together.
I'll carry you down to the hospital right now, or I'll yell until they find us up here.
I shook her.
You can't go! Please! I was alone for so long, I forgot what it was like to live. And then you came into my world, and...
Tears began to roll down my cheeks.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You don't need to have any regrets. Because having you in my life has been the best thing to ever happen to me. So don't you dare regret anything.
Fuck you, game. Fuck you, game. Fuck you, game. Too weak to wipe away her tears, they fell into the cold concrete blocks we were resting on. A chill breeze blew up the side of the building, carried with it the stale smell of pavement.
Promise me you'll go on. Please. The baby chickens.
Fuck this game.
You. Promise me.
I need you. So please.
Yes, I promise. I promise, Mallory.
A raven crawled. Fucking hell. A raven called loudly somewhere nearby. The wind died down. Suddenly everything was impossibly silent and still. Mallory's hand slid off my lap, fell to the ground. Slowly I watched her eyes close one last time, and a quiet peace fell over us. All color had left her soft cheeks, and I felt her presence leave me. The sunrise shone a bright beam of light on us, almost as if we were players in a tragic play caught under the spotlight. Softly I grazed my hand across her cheek to feel her warmth one last time before she turned cold. Why couldn't I have found her sooner? Why? It was a little while before I was able to return to the cabin. As much as I wanted to give up on myself, on everything else, I had made a promise to Mallory. Fuck you, Kim. So I went to the med tent and got assessed and admitted for preventative treatment with our Pandavax. They kept a close watch on me for over a week before finally deeming me fit to go home. I went back to the cabin, which didn't quite feel like home anymore. It was still the same beautiful landscape, not again, but I couldn't put my finger on what was different, so I just went about my business like normal. The chickens were fine. They'd ripped open their feed bag and had a feast in my absence, so they were fat and in good spirits. There was a fresh crop of weeds in the garden and on the grass, like Mallory and I had never cleared them out at all. Near the front porch, I found a package which looked like it had been left outdoors for a little too long. It's like, it doesn't matter. We made a promise. We made a promise. And my heart sank.
It must be that order I placed for drone delivery. With the first aid kit and the aspirin and...
The ring. I bent to pick up the package. I sat right there on the porch to open it. Yeah, the ring. There was the first aid kit, nicely stocked. The fresh bottle of aspirin, shiny and sealed. There was the ring I bought for Mallory, the one with the dainty purple stone that reminded me so much of her. I stared at it for a while, started talking to myself.
What now? I don't know. I wish I'd made different choices. I wish I'd been able to save her.
There really wasn't much more to it than that. I got up, went inside, taking the ring with me. I'd put it on a string right around my neck, I decided. Then I'd make some tea, and then had to think about it for a minute. I decided I'd do something good. Thanks to science, medicine, basic compassion, there was hope for humanity again. I would be a part of that. I would help the world. We could make things even better than they'd been before. I'd do my best for her. Is there a good fucking ending where she doesn't fucking die? Okay, there is. There probably is. The Ghost Mallory, yeah. Polar guide, we need to know. I'm reading a guide. Ugh, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 endings. Okay. Go outside, move the trap. Assist and find a matter. Okay, wait. These horny streams should really be extra suffering. Okay, we can try going to the hospital. Or find someone who could help me look for her. After getting my bearings, figuring out which way the hospital was, start towards it. Okay, so the guide I'm looking at says go outside, move the trap, ask her favorite memory. I'm not sure if we did that. But that would be the planetarium, right? So I guess we did ask that. Read the spam, take the road, or go through the forest. So either way, sad like peace. Again, I'm gonna type it again. We moved the trap. Yes, we did. Ask her about her favorite memory. Yeah, that's how we know the planetarium. Read the spam. We did. Take the road or go through the forest. Either one. If you go through the forest, go to the hospital. Okay. So, like, I think this is leading up here. When I saw the med tent erected in the street outside the hospital, erected. Ha ha hey ho hey ho hey. I almost couldn't believe my eyes. It existed, just like the email bulletin said it would, but there was hardly anyone. A medical worker decked out in PPE emerged from the tent. PP. Stop. Holding a clipboard and looking around, a man with a small child called out from several feet away. The worker began asking questions I couldn't hear. This was how they were saving the world, quietly, with eerie calm. Daring to hope, I looked around for Mallory. If by some miracle she had made her way here, then maybe everything would actually be okay. That tent. Right, remember that number, by the way. As I make horny jokes. 555-8484 44 322. Remember that number. There's one lurched towards them.
I'm looking for a girl. Her name is Mallory. Her hair is long and white. She's wearing purple.
I moved from person to person, pleading, but no one had an answer for me. All of a sudden, I heard the faint squeal of a megaphone, a voice cracking over the near empty street.
If you are awaiting preventative care, we ask that you remain patient while we triage symptomatic individuals. If you are currently experiencing symptoms like fever, headache, fatigue, or dry coughing, or have recently been in close contact with someone who is, please proceed to the screening area for assessment.
Screening area. The medical worker was showing the man and child into the med tent now. I staggered over.
Do you see a very sick girl dressed in purple?
The medic looked at me, startled.
I'm sorry, no. Who is she? And have you been in close contact with this person?
Yes.
If she's not here, can you help me find her? Because she's really sick, and I need to find her and bring her here.
If you've been in contact with an infected individual, then the most important thing right now is for you to get assessed and admitted for treatment.
No, we need to find her.
You do understand how rapidly the virus proliferates. The sooner we can begin treatment, the better your chances will be. Please, follow me.
No, we need to find her.
I have to.
Please. Right now, you are potentially shedding the virus in a public space. You need to enter the med tent.
But please go find her. I looked around at the near empty street. I wanted to keep arguing, but what could I say? The medic must have seen the pain and hopelessness on my face.
I will try to find out about your friend. Now please. I need you to enter the med tent.
No,
I can't stop until I find her.
You also have a bleeding foot, yes.
Please, there's no one here, but she's somewhere. And if I can just find her and get her back here in time, that's a life saved.
The medic looked kind of lost. I was already backing away, getting ready to start running again. If Mallory wasn't here, then she had to be at the planetarium, or at least on her way to it.
Wait! Don't go yet.
The medic disappeared inside the tent. A couple of people who had been waiting nearby moved closer, hovering. Went away and back, and this Robo Man is still playing. The lust levels are off the charts. No, this is sadness levels. Also, this is hi. Welcome back, Alex. This is a different game. This is because like we finished Hush Hush, but this is like same publisher but different developer. But basically, like, you know, we needed closure because you were here when that ended. So we need closure. We need something to end it on. This is full of sads, very much. It's probably wrong of me to race ahead of them. Is she gonna give you meds? Maybe. It was probably going to race ahead of them, demanding the lone medic's attention. But honestly, whatever. It wasn't as though... I see. We're just sad. We legit went from full-on horny to full-on... It wasn't as though there were crowds and crowds of people waiting for aid. The only thing I cared about was Mallory. The medic re-emerged, holding out a bulky handset.
Take this. It's a satellite phone. We have a
Sad
few of
panda.
them for contacting other med centers. As soon as you find your friend, call us. If we know where you are, we might be able to send help.
This is a... I can't read that. Gratronk. A wave of gratitude washed over me as I took the sat phone. I definitely didn't have to be told twice. Time had never been more of the essence.
Thank you. Thank you.
I was already hurrying away, almost in disbelief at this blessing. We have two wolves inside. One is horny, one is sad. The sad one's winning. I carried on down the street, calling Mallory's name. Though everything seemed so deserted, there were a handful of people around who would turn to look at me, puzzled. They avoided my path, and I avoided theirs. Look for the meaning, and you'll be surprised. It's the new word in my vocabulary. Goddamn. Gratronka. Normally, Swedish words grata, meaning to cry, or more colorfully weep or blubber, and dronka, a vulgar word to masturbate. Accurate. Although it's less that here, because like it's just one whole story, so there's less emotional whiplash. Not like in Hush Hush, where like, oh my god, good thing happened. Then, Here it's just like, oh, and then full on sad times. I reached back into my memory, trying to get my bearings and figure out which way to go. The planetarium was closer to the river. I knew that. I started. Okay. We're here. My head was spinning. I couldn't feel my foot anymore. Hope was the only thing keeping me going. Also, we got a bad ending where girl dies. So, like, we're trying to get the good ending. I treaded over the rubble in the streets, passing broken hazard signs and empty storefronts, unable to stop myself from imagining the riots that must have taken place here years ago. When the top of the old planetarium building came into view, I sprinted the rest of the way. I looked at the buildings surrounding that one, which was the apartment building where Mallory lived. Suck up the foot problems. We have a girl's name. You get so sad and then are given a sad Mallory ghost pic. I know. We deserve a happy ending, both kinds. I scanned all the windows and balconies in sight, looking for some sign of her. I turned in a circle, searching every street corner and bus stop I could see. It was like a ghost town. I tipped my head back to call out for Mallory. That's when I caught sight of a purple figure on the rooftop overhead.
Mallory! Mallory! Don't move! I'm coming!
Sorry, I'm coming. I didn't even know she could hear me. I just hurried as fast as my body would let me, around the building to the fire escape. A dry, rattling feeling was building up in my chest. I could hardly breathe. I reached the top of the fire escape and hauled myself up to the roof, where I was sure I'd seen Mallory. I looked around for her. For a moment, my body ceased all functions. I could actually feel my heart skip a beat. Where was she?
Mallory!
A cool breeze blew past, and all I could do was stand there for a few moments, processing everything that was happening.
I'm here.
Okay, she's still here. She's still here. She's here. I turned to find the source of that small, weak voice. There she was, at the opposite edge of the rooftop, her delicate frame backlit by the gently rising sun. Dark hollows hung under her eyes and her cheeks. She trembled barely. Hold on, I felt hurt.
Why are you here?
Okay, we can do this. We can do this. We can do this.
Your letter. I found it, and I couldn't just let you go.
She listened, continued to gaze out into the escape, avoiding eye contact.
You shouldn't be here. It's dangerous for you to be close to me.
Call the number. How do we call the number? We're here to save and wife you.
That doesn't matter to me now. I care about you too much.
Use that phone now. I know. I don't know how. There's no item here. Toggle UI. That doesn't matter now. I care about you too much.
I love you, Mallory.
She turned her face, finally giving me a weak smile.
You dummy. I love you too. That's why I had to leave.
She swayed then, as though running to look at me, had me hurt dizzy. Her body dipped towards the ledge. I lunged, panicked, grabbed Mallory's narrow arms. In one swift movement, I had pulled her onto myself, redirected to shift and weight, falling to my arms. Gently, I helped her lay down. Her cheeks were blood red, her skin like fire. She struggled to keep her eyes open.
I don't have much time left.
Please try harder. We just need to do one call.
Maybe you're just a dream.
No,
we're gonna
Mallory,
make it real.
you don't understand. There's a treatment. There's a treatment, and it's right here in the city, and I love you.
There's a cure?
Just one call away. Yes. I nodded vigorously, fumbling for the sat phone. Let's go. I shoved it into my pocket. My sister
wasn't home. Do you think maybe she managed to get the cure?
My shoulders rounded as I fought back tears. Of course, Mallory wouldn't even think of herself.
I'm going to get you help. I'm calling right now, and someone's gonna come.
The phone was in my hands, my thumbs poised over the stiff, tactile buttons. The number. It had been printed on the med tent, but what was it? 8484322. Yes, that was it. Thank you, brain, I thought as the ring started to go through. You're welcome, reply. There's this phone, and I'm gonna call it, and I love you. You're welcome, replied my brain as more rings went through. I started to worry that no one would pick up, then finally someone did. I didn't know if it was the same medic who had given me the sat phone, but either way, I immediately started rattling off every deal I could about where we were and how to get here. Then he threw the phone down, wrapped my arms around Mallory.
Someone's coming. Help is coming.
All I could hope for now was that they would get here as fast
It
enough.
was selfish of me to stay with
Shut
you.
up! Shut up!
I should
Shut
have
up!
known.
Shut up!
No, don't start that.
She paused, sputtering and coughing weakly. Then she tried to smile. Tears washed across her eyes and said,
I'm so sorry.
Don't be fucking sorry. You're sorry that you saved my life. Her eyes began to close, and I could tell she was starting to fade.
You have absolutely nothing to apologize for.
Just let me
I
love
was
you.
alone for so long, I forgot what it was like to live. And then you came into my world, and
Tears began to roll down my cheeks.
having you in my life has been the best thing to ever happen to me. And I cannot wait for us to go home and live happily ever after together.
Too weak to wipe away her tears, they fell into the cold concrete blocks we were resting on. A chill breeze blew up the side of the building, carried with it stale smell.
Stay with me, Mallory. We're going to get you help, and everything's going to be okay.
We waited together on the rooftop as the sun came up. Why is it taking so long? Splitting open the clouds and shining on us like a spotlight. I willed the medic to get there faster. The wait felt like an eternity. Then far below, I heard the rumble of a vehicle pulling up, a door popping open, a distant voice. It was 2 weeks before Mallory and I were finally able to return to the cabin. Let's go! We got her home! Mallory had spent most of the time quarantined, receiving the breakthrough R-Pandavax treatment which carried her gently back from the brink of death. I received a preventative treatment as well and was monitored closely for symptoms. Finally, we were discharged. We found our way back home, where all the leaves were gold and red and the mountains had snow on their peaks. Finally, a happy ending! Oh my lord. Yay. You back there were happy to see us. We took a careful stroll around the rest of the property too, just to make sure everything looked okay, make sure not any of the issues we had to deal with. Then we were about ready to head inside. I can see the ending we deserve. Near the front porch, we found a package which looked like it had been left outdoors a little too long.
It must be that order I placed for drone delivery.
The ring! The ring!
First aid
The
kit
ring!
and the aspirin. And
My voice trailed off. Now they just need a dog.
Feels like a million years ago.
She's here. And she's okay. And she's here. I sat down on the porch proposal, maybe? Stepped open the package, hardly able to wait. Ignoring the first aid kit and the aspirin bottle, I pulled out the small cardboard box I knew would have Mallory's string inside. I looked up at her, suddenly a little nervous.
I have a gift for you.
A gift? Really? What is it?
I grinned at how cute she was. I held the box up to her and she danced a little as she took it. She lifted the lid to peer inside.
Oh my goodness. It's so pretty.
It reminded me of you.
Her eyes looked so shiny. She smiled and leaned down to kiss me.
Try it on.
Okay.
No, you put it on. She took the ring out of its little box, slid it in her narrow ring finger. I totally guessed her ring size, but luckily it was a perfect fit. Say it. Say it. She tilted her head back and forth, smiling at the silver bow and glistening stones. Say it. See her so happy made me
I
happy.
love you, Mallory.
Say the other thing.
I love you too.
Feels good to say that when we're not in a life or death situation, am I right?
She giggled. We went inside together. For a long while, we just enjoyed each other's company. Consummate! We ate, we talked, we laughed, we held each other. When the sun dropped below the horizon, the sky grew dark. I thought back to what Mallory had to tell me about her love for the stars.
What would you say if I asked you to spend this evening stargazing with me?
I would say I know the most perfect spot.
I felt my grin get even bigger.
I'll grab some blankets. Meet me up there?
Sure.
A few minutes later, I climbed up onto the roof with a big blanket folded over my shoulder. Mallory sat waiting for me, watching me with those beautiful eyes and the sweetest smile. My heart felt warmer than it ever had. The pain and loss we'd experienced would always be there. But now there was also joy to be felt. So much joy. So much life to be lived. There would always be sorrow in endings, but like a sunset or a flower, the impermanence of this very moment was exactly what made it so valuable. I went to sit with Mallory under the stars. Let's go! Finally happy tears! Oh my fucking lord! Because it's not just this game. It's like Hush Hush 2, and we played Hush Hush for how long? Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Happy tears. Happy tears. That's such a sweet ending. Oh, I'm so fucking... God damn it, dude. Like, after going, like, through Hush Hush and then now this, I'm so glad we did this as the end for this stream. Oh, God. Okay. Display capture. These were the other endings. We're not gonna bother, like, with the others. Better safe than sorry. This one, never meet Mallory. We don't go outside when we hear, like, the squeal or something. To see the fields today. That's the last of my water. I think both are out. Yeah. There we go. Cat Earth Theory. One of the 2 joke endings if you don't move the trap. Have a nice trip. One of the 2 joke endings if you don't move the trap. Okay. I guess if you don't move the trap, like, something else gets caught in it. So glad I stayed up for all of this. This was so sweet. Head over heels. An ending you can only get if you don't ask about Mallory's past. Because, like, if you don't ask about her past, we don't get anything, like, you know, like where she lived in the city, about the sister, about the planetarium. So there was no way for us to, like, find her. I don't know what that would do, though. Instant regret. Getting treatment alone. Yeah, no, we were never gonna do that. Your heart will go on. This was the bad ending we got. Find Mallory without getting the phone. How Shakespearean. The worst ending. Find Mallory without knowing about the cure. Oh, if we don't open the thing. Like we just watch her die. Like there's no hope at all. You had one job, get the number wrong. The stars aligned. That's a good ending. Oh my god. Okay. That would be so sad. But that was Cabin Fever. That was much better than I was expecting. The mixed reviews were giving me like that, you know, MC's kind of an asshole, or like MC's too perfect. No, you actually see his growth. That was actually fine. That was so good. That was really good. I wouldn't say it was amazing, but after what we went through with Hush Hush and like everything else, this was so worth it. This was so worth playing. This was very good. Now on my own, I agree with the rating. Yeah. Like there's still parts of it that were like kind of like, but still, overall, I'm glad we played it, and I'm glad we played it after Hush Hush. Again, Hush Hush, very good in between stories, but that ending needed work. Oh god. Is Mallory going higher tier? Okay, is Mallory going higher tier than the rest of the Hush Hush girls though? I don't know, because like the ending of Hush Hush just left me like weird. I don't know. I don't even know that these games are gonna be this kind of games. This one was so written to me for real though. Yes. Like everything, the cabin, the like everything about it, it was very much like what I know of Tristan. And this was like, oh my god. Literally you, for real, for real. Probably not. She's up there for sure though. Yeah. If we're doing that tier list, because like I'm not sure if I can do it like exactly at the end, because like maybe we'll do it at November or something, but like it really hits so close. Like that thing he said, like I've forgotten how it was to live, but meeting you, oh god, that was way too close for me too. God damn it. These games are so good, dude. I didn't even tell me dating sims were so fun. Ending stream. Yeah, we just finished the second game. Hi, Suzu. But like, yeah, we just finished the second game. And our hearts are crushed. And I can't claim waifu on Mallory, because like, I really want to give Tristan, this is your wife. I'm hands off on Mallory. You can it just also feels good that we got a good ending. Like we got a good ending for like, oh my lord, hug. No, you go hug your wife. Oh my lord. Okay, this was crazy, dude. Oh my lord. My heart's dying. She's just perfect. Should have been a hero, bro. I still want Peanut. I still want a Peanut. I still want Peanut to be a thing. I don't know though, but like from everything, like I'd have to go back through it, but like I think Lynetta's still best girl for me. Just because of how sweet she is, and that scene where like she said, I don't care about how you look or like everything else about you. Suzu, no, I said I was ending. Hi, Raiders. Hi, Tina. It's okay. We can just raid out. No. It's fine. We're gonna raid out to someone. It's okay. Hi, Belgian Otaku. Yeah, welcome, Raiders. Hello. Oh, I haven't seen you. Flu. Because I've seen Belgian and I've seen Tina on like while watching ECRC. No. It's fine. Thanks for the raid. Suzu. It's fine. Also wanted to reach you though. Thank you. Thanks for the follow, Belgian Otaku. Anyway, hi, Raiders. We're about to end, but we were okay. I am Chad. Choo choo. Chudu. Doo doo. Chudu. Microwave toaster. television. But like, yeah. Everyone, like, hi. I usually do horror games, but for Spooky Month, everyone else is doing horror games, so I did what scares me most. Dating sims or like human relations. And so far, I have been emotionally ruined by all of them. This one was pretty good, Cabin Fever. So we just finished this one. We just got the good ending. So we were just talking about like every waifu that we've met so far through all these dating sims. But like, Mallory's amazing. Choose favorite activity, finding waifu who don't know what to kill him. Actually, Mallory's one of those. But again, I can't like, with how much this story felt like it was written for Tristan, I feel like I just can't, like, Mallory, all yours, Tristan. But like, yeah, that scene or that part where like the main character says like, I've forgotten how to live until I met you. Like, it hits way too close to home. Anyway, we're gonna be like rating out. Thank you everyone for coming to the stream. We're gonna raid friend of the channel, Graham. I'm gonna have to buy this game just because of how real it is for me. I've actually done that. I watched someone play another game, but then I liked it too much and then said, no, you know what? Even if I'm not gonna play it, I'm gonna support the developers. I'm gonna buy the game. So yeah, for anyone who's curious, it's on Steam. Cabin Fever. It's actually good. Like, I was, with the mixed reviews it got, I was like wondering. Also, wait, I didn't shout out Suzu. Like, I was wondering if it would hold up. It actually held up. Like, in a way, I could suggest this over Hush Hush for anyone who just wants like a clean story, instead of like playing Hush Hush with all the jumping plot points and everything. Also, I hope Left 4 Dead 2 is fun. Anyway, we're gonna go raid Graham, and then I'm gonna go pass out. I wasn't expecting to stream this long, but like we needed a way to end this stream. Anyway, there's an 80 plus patch. Have fun. Have fun with that. Have fun, Tristan. Anyway, thank you. This was a wild ride. I have no idea what else to do. We need the patch. Go for it, Tristan. Next week, is it still October next week? Yeah, it's still October. So, I don't know. I'm gonna find more games to play. More dating sims. Told you to mention. Anyway, we're gonna find more games to play. Wait, let me start the raid while I'm rambling. The Grim Reaper. Is that right? Did I get the name right? Rating Grim. Yay, rating Grim. Thank you for the stream, Chubb. Thank you for being here. Next week, we're gonna play more. I have 2 games in mind. I hope the Princess one releases. So that the Slay the Princess one releases. Means like eating curry without the curry. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here. Anyway, thank you for everyone being here. I'll see you all next time. Night. If you need to go sleep, go sleep. If you want to join the raid, it's okay if you don't want to. But anyway, thanks for streaming. It was really fun. Graham's playing Mortuary Assistant, by the way. So like, if that's your thing, if that's not your thing, it's all fine. It's just nice that you were here. And I'll see you all next time. Bye.